of this special 24-hour live stream, but not the normal 24 hours. Instead, because normally what I will do is normally I'll do a 24-hour stream, but I do it for the full 24 hours uninterrupted. This time, doing a little bit different. What I'm doing is a 24-hour stream broken up between 5-hour sessions and 2-hour breaks. Funny, I'm not going to explain the poll question. I'm just going to put that poll question up and see what people say. So anyways, yeah, the normal way I do it is 24 straight. This time it's 5 hours on, 2 hours off, then another 5 hours on, then another 2 hours off, etc., etc. So I did my first 5 hours, had about 1,200 people join. Thank you so much. Now we're on the second 5-hour run. The first 5 hours, aside from answering questions and hanging out, I chatted about my trip to Colombia, some lessons I took from it, some things that it reinforced to me about Freemasonry, showed off my Instagram account at square_and_compass_promotions. And now we are hanging out and I'm going to wait to see who joins. I'm going to talk at some point about the Ancients and the Moderns, the great battle of Freemasonry, which went from about 1751 to 1813, give or take. Bruce Glad, my trip was incredible. I don't know if you follow me on social media. If you don't, may I suggest you do so you can keep track of all of my trips. But it was an absolute blast. All my pictures are up on social media. The highlight was, without question, getting to attend a Masonic meeting, Masonic third degree, in fact, and hearing the entire ritual, including open and close in the in Spanish, which I've said it before, but Freemasonry is universal. Hearing Masonic ritual in a language other than your own can be a really moving experience, and encourage you to try it. If you are a Mason, travel to a place where they don't speak the language. Sit in their lodge. It really brings in the universality and the beauty of the craft. You look like a man and a woman had a child. Well, see, Borgium, I am the result of a man and woman having a child. Please hit like and subscribe. Well, I know I got a big head, which is what I'm going to assume you're referring to. Please hit like and subscribe. We are also on the path for we've surpassed 3,100 subscribers, and I'm incredibly honored for that. So we are now on the path to 3,200 subscribers. We are also on path for 4,000 watch hours in the last 365 days and 10,000 lifetime watch hours, both of which are incredibly important to the growth of the stream, to my ability to turn my passion for Freemasonry into profession. I am a Freemason. I'm some sort of Freemason. I am a Freemason. I know I got a big forehead, Kamir. I'm proud of my forehead. It's awesome. KSI would destroy me. Are you kidding me? He could beat the... isn't he like a kickboxer or boxer or something? KSI, no competition. I love you. Plus, I've got 17 people watching me, and I think he's got like 10,000 on his streams or whatever it is. So, no competition. Well, I am a Freemason. I've been a Freemason since 2007, so almost 20 years. Green Fonez, Masonic stuff is spiritually Jewish. Freemasonry is not spiritually anything. There are elements of Judaism that Freemasonry borrowed from, but that's also true for Christianity, the Islamic faith, Chinese mythology, Stoic philosophy, um, Enlightenment era philosophy. Freemasonry was more than happy to borrow, steal, adopt, pay homage to a lot of different spiritual as well as religious as well as philosophical schools. Daryl, so there's a lot of different routes through which Freemasonry developed its rituals, but the main route, the main line from which Freemasonry grew was ultimately stone Masonic guilds of the 15th and 16th centuries. The stonemasons who built things out of stone, who used stone to build homes, houses, whatever it might be. Templars, Gnosticism, all that stuff came much later and was adopted by Freemasons after the fact. Alex, I'm sure you're very funny, but please hit like and subscribe. Yeah, I can't pronounce that. Please hit like and subscribe. It's me. I've just grown to accept the fact that I have a big forehead. The thing is, it's me, Randall. You cannot be on YouTube and be insecure at the same time. You will drive yourself crazy. Honestly, you can't really achieve a lot in life and be insecure. Insecurity very often has this tendency, in my opinion, to keep us from accomplishing all of the things that we would otherwise accomplish with just a little bit more confidence. So do not be insecure. Yeah, Daryl. Well, so that the Freemasonry, I mean, it depends how you want to define it, but the first speculative Masons, the Alexander brothers, if I'm getting that name correct, date to Scotland, date to around 1634. The Grand Lodge dates to the first Grand Lodge, the United Grand Lodge of England, at the time Premier Grand Lodge of England, dates to June 24th of 1717. Oh, Rondo. See, I chose not to put the context in the question because I was curious what people might think when they hear that. Ancients versus moderns in terms of the United Grand Lodge of England and the Great Dispute, which took place between approximately 1751 and 1813, give or take. I think it was 1813. I'll know the exact date soon when I start talking about it. The split between the two different groups. 1813, I was right, December 27th. Daryl, I was just in Scotland. I was in Edinburgh. I was lucky enough and honored enough to be nominated for the Arcana Veritas Distinction Award, the AVDA. And the ceremony took place in Scotland, which was incredible. Edinburgh is a beautiful city. I wish I could have seen more of Scotland, but what I did see was pretty incredible. So Scotland's beautiful. Let's not rebel against anybody, Christopher. You should be too busy hitting the like and subscribe button to rebel. But on a serious note, I've known many Muslims, both Masons and friends. They're good people. I never had any issues with them. Traveling is going very well, Jamie Michael Moss. I just got back from traveling to Bogota, Colombia. You might have missed my earlier stream, but I talked about the trip, how much I loved it, how much I enjoyed it. Bogota, Colombia is beautiful, as was Edinburgh. Never been to Glasgow, Daryl, but I'm sure it's very beautiful as well. Well, Freemasonry, I mean, there were Freemasons involved in, the American Revolution as well as the French Revolution. There have been Freemasons involved in almost all the revolutions, but also involved in, all the different wars, not as leaders or not as Masonic leaders per se, but as anything from soldiers to, like, because Freemasonry is so ubiquitous uh, at different points in history. So, for example, a great example of that is if you look at the American Revolutionary War. Um, Both George Washington was a Freemason, but King George of England was also a Freemason. And there were Freemasons fighting both for the American Revolution and against the American Revolution. So the point is, it's not as though Freemasonry was organizing any revolutions, but rather, because Freemasonry was so ubiquitous, you had Freemasons on both sides or all sides of conflicts. Um, I was in London. I loved London. I was in London 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. You can see it on my Instagram. I rode the tube. Great city, beautiful city. Um, I mean, I follow a little bit of Randall Carlson. Actually, I'm a fan. I like what he said. I like the way he kind of protects, or not even protects, because Freemasonry doesn't need protection, but promotes Freemasonry. I can't speak to how he's thought of in the Freemasonry world. I can speak to how I think of him, which I'm a big fan. I appreciate him. I'm not a big fan of kind of alternative history, things like that, but I do appreciate his support for Freemasonry. Um, well, we don't, so Freemasons do not make you pick Masonry over God or country. Freemasonry famously instructs its members to actually put their family and their work and their civic responsibilities first. We are citizens first and Freemasons second, which is as it should be. Um, I've never been put in a position as a Freemason where I've been led to think there's a conflict between my civic or civil responsibilities and Freemasonry. And I'm proud of that. I wouldn't join an organization that put one over the other. Jamie Michael Moss with the G, John Golbani 2 with the question mark. A Mason, well, Freemasonry is pretty non-alternative. It's pretty standard history. Um, I'm not saying there aren't Masons who have their own alternative views of history, but I'm not a big fan of that myself, personally. Freemasonry, I think what makes it so great is how integrated it is with mainstream history. I do worry sometimes when Masons and non-Masons start to talk about Freemasonry as though it's some type of, I don't know, like when you get into the conspiratorial stuff, which tends to drive me crazy. Let's get to 33 likes, Josh, but let's also get some more subscribers. Hit like, hit subscribe. Greetings from Moscow. I would love to visit Russia. It's on my list for sure. Freemasonry in Russia is very cool. Yeah, and I tend to shy away pretty quickly from conspiracy talk. I'm not a huge fan of it. I do not. I do not think this symbology is steeped in esoteric knowledge. I think the symbology is primarily steeped in stone Masonic guilds from the Middle Ages, plus additional kind of borrowed symbols from pretty standard sources. Egyptian mysticism, Stoic philosophy, architecture is incredibly important part of Masonic symbolism, right? The different pillars, the liberal arts, etc., etc. You haven't got yet, but I don't think it's steeped in esoteric knowledge. I think it's steeped in pretty standard knowledge that pretty much anybody could access if they so desired it. But they have to be interested in, they have to be interested in it. There are a lot of people who aren't interested in history. They're interested in, I don't know what the word is. They're interested in the theories, not in the historical facts. Well, I mean, the number seven, again, that is a very historically significant number, not in an esoteric sense. It's just kind kind of part of how it's been an important number historically for decades, right? Like centuries, millennia. It's a prime number. It's one of the lowest prime numbers. You have seven muses, seven deadly sins. Um, I can't think of the other times that seven pops up, but there's a million of them. The point is, because seven is such an important number, it makes sense that Freemasonry would adopt seven as one of its kind of, one of the numbers that is often associated with it. There's seven muses, seven deadly sins, seven liberal arts and sciences, etc., etc. I don't see everybody name I can't pronounce. I'm not going to skip you if I can help you, if I can help it, but I'm not going to make any promises that I will see every comment. That's not how this works. I'll do my best. Sorry, sacred geometry is not esoteric knowledge. Anybody can study sacred geometry. I mean, just go onto Google, type in, Plato, Aristotle, these guys were talking about esoteric, or not esoteric, these guys were talking about sacred geometry in a lot of their works. 101 RET, that's what I'm going to call you. I just call you 101. You may want to talk to a doctor. I don't know if seven is too many, or for that matter, too few, but you may want to talk to a doctor. It's me. You do whatever you want to do, Randall, I guess. What I hope you'll do is consider hitting the like button, giving some hearts, sharing the stream, learning more about Freemasonry. Yes, Grasshopper, I got a pancake head. I've done my best to pretend like I don't, but I just have to accept it. I have a pancake head. That should not stop you from hitting the like and subscribe button. I'm talking about Freemasonry, Lion Pig 81. I'm in the midst of my winter solstice 24-hour live stream where I'm doing 5 hours on, 2 hours off. I don't ever quit. A love of Freemasonry keeps me awake. Hello, Chris says hello. Good to see you. I hope that you're doing well. Thank you for joining. We are well on our way, by the way, to 4,000 watch hours in the last 12 months, 365 days, and 10,000 lifetime hours. So that's pretty cool. Okay, Daryl, I'm actually a 3rd degree Master Mason, which is the degree that matters. I'm also a 18th degree Scottish Rite. I don't know any Zelda or Pokemon jokes. What's the point of Freemasonry? Lion, I'll answer that in just 1 second. Tribe. Was there ever a point in history in which Masons were hunted down? I mean, sure. I don't know how, the most kind of official or organized version of that hunting would have taken place probably in Nazi Germany, where Freemasonry was outlawed. And in fact, Masons were put into concentration camps. There's a famous example of a working Masonic lodge called Cherished Liberty, if I recall correctly, which was it was Belgium Masons in the Erstwergen concentration camp actually, had meetings and were able to bring in new Masons. There have been many times in history where Freemasonry has just been outlawed or banned, or there's been political parties opposed to it, like the Anti-Masonic Party in America around the 1850s, I think it was. But to actually organized kind of in the Middle East as well, it was outlawed. And I do believe Masons were actually chased out of Iran after the revolution. So at different points in times, Masons have been targeted for either religious or for either political or other purposes, The Catholic Church has issued missives against Freemasonry. I would say, though, hunted down, like practically people looking for Freemasons, the most recent example would be Nazi Germany before and during World War II. Daryl, I gotta disagree with you. Now, every Mason has his own understanding of what the point of Freemasonry is for him. There is no single point of Freemasonry. Rather, Freemasons, every Freemason needs to determine for himself or herself what they view as the point of Freemasonry. For me, the point of Freemasonry is to believe that the world can be made better through the application of brotherly love, relief, and truth. Drenched Jesus' power, many Freemasons would agree with you. Freemasonry has many Christian members. Harmony of the voice. What do Freemasons think about Judaism? Well, harmony of the voice, there are approximately 850,000 Freemasons in the United States. Some of them are Jewish, many of them are not. I can tell you practically, Freemasonry does not discriminate against men of any faith and religion, including Jewish individuals, nor should it. But in terms of what they think of you have to ask each Freemason. I can tell you myself personally, I respect all people's religions and all people's right to worship as they understand. There is no main goal in Masonry other than, metaphorically, you can say our rituals point to a goal, but everybody has their own goal and their own point behind it. I've known some Masons who their goal was to get closer to their family. I've known others who joined for charitable means. Every Mason needs to decide for himself why he's joined and what his point to be a Mason is. That's why Freemasonry, for example, is jurisdictional. There is no single governing Masonic body. Rather, there are different jurisdictions that have their own constitutions and their own bylaws and their own history and their own symbols. Well, 101, there are within Freemasonry modes of recognition. I'm not going to confirm or deny what they are, whether they are handshakes or otherwise. What I'd say is if you're interested in learning what the modes of recognition are, then you should join a Masonic lodge. Hello, person. Welcome back. By all means, Daryl, go ahead. Drenched. I don't know who disguises whom as angels. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. I don't want to portray myself as an angel, nor for that matter as a demon. I'm a human being who loves Freemasonry. That hopefully should be enough. At least to talk about it. Now, everything I say is my own opinion. It does not reflect the opinions of anybody else, Freemasons or otherwise, but it is my opinion on what I think of Freemasonry. Right? That's why I have at the bottom of this the whole explanation as to all opinions are my own. Well, you're being a little bit mean, Daryl, but that's fine. If you're going to be on YouTube, you got to accept people being mean. So if you're free and accepted, you're an ancient. If you're ancient, free, and accepted, you're a modern. Yes. Let me double check that. But yes, I always get those two mixed up. I'm going to talk about it in a second. A, F, and AM. I always get the two mixed up. I got my notes here. If I recall correctly, it is, the ancients are AF and AM. And F and AM were the moderns. So they are a thing of their own, right? They are a thing of their own. I guess I shouldn't even it's kind of disrespectful to say a thing of their own. They are a religion and their religious beliefs of their own. So the founder of the Mormon faith, Joseph Smith, if I got that name right, he was a Freemason. So when he was developing the Mormon faith, it's known that he borrowed or adopted many Masonic symbols and kind of structures when creating the Mormon faith. But that doesn't mean it's Freemasonry. So if you're a Mormon, you're not automatically a Freemason, and vice versa. If you're a Freemason, you're not a Mormon. You can be both a Mormon and a Freemason. But that is not guaranteed. And I would say I know some Mormons who are Freemasons, but very few. No worries. Fact fuse with a question mark. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ancients, yes. So if you are AF and AM, you were part of the Ancients, which was actually the newer Grand Lodge. If you were the F and AM, you came from the modern. Thank you, tribe. No mystical, you're not putting anybody in timeout. But thank you for the offer anyways. I appreciate it. TS Tough and Bolsheviks. I got a big head. I know, Hoodie. Please hit like and subscribe. John Connor. Camera on, nice lifestyle. Okay. The only thing. I don't know what that means. Interestingly enough, we have got 23 votes. Looks like the moderns are winning. And notice I didn't put any context on purpose because about 1 hour in, I'm going to start on the main subject, which is going to be the ancients versus the moderns and what that meant from a historical Masonic perspective. Well, so there are youth groups within Freemasonry. There's Demolay and Rainbow. Demolay is the youth group for young men, if I recall correctly, ages 9 to 21. I could be getting that date. I could be getting those ages wrong. But that's the Masonic youth group for young men. For young women, there's actually a couple. There's Rainbow. There's also Job's Daughters. Those are for young women ages 9 to 11. A lot of high school students are part of it, especially in the States. We had a great Rainbow organization here in Canada, here in Windsor specifically. Happy Christmas tree, says Jocelyn. Happy Christmas, happy Merry Christmas, happy holidays, etc., etc. Jocelyn, thank you for being here. I hope that you are doing well. I hope you're having an excellent night. Well, I mean, if you think about it, I think we're all kind of, you can argue in some ways we're all Jewish, we're also all Muslim, we're also all Christian. I mean, I think there's a universality to religion that binds us all ethnically, in terms of our ethnicity. I think it gets a little bit more complicated. At its core, I think we're all African, right? We all come from Africa and spread out, in my humble opinion. Inevitable Jordan Davis. I can try to give you advice. I can't make any promises. It'll be good advice. But sure, by all means. At least you can ask the question. But once again, please take a moment to hit that like and subscribe button. Consider doing a super chat. 30 minutes in, I'm going to start talking, or sorry, 30 more minutes from now, 1 hour in, I'm going to start talking about the ancients versus the moderns. So please stick around for that. I did not catch The Running Man in theaters. I love Stephen King, so I wish I did, but it's on my list of things I want to watch. Um, Good. Thank you, brother. It was a lot of fun. Don't forget, you're rocking out Texas. You're not far from the Mexican border. If you get the chance, I don't know if you have your passport or not, maybe you'll consider visiting some Masonic lodges in Mexico. You could hear some Masonic ritual in a different language as well. Um, well, I would not recommend smoking. I'm not a doctor, so talk to your doctor, but I would not recommend smoking. I think actually we within Freemasonry have a responsibility to maintain our health, and that includes not smoking. But, I guess everybody can do what they want. I would recommend against smoking. We are all Vegas. I was in Vegas oh my gosh, I don't remember when, few years ago. Loved it. Great city. I was there for like 2 days. I wish I could have stayed longer, but it was a wonderful, wonderful place to visit. Really cool Masonic meeting there. It was like a research lodge I visited, so that was really fun. King Solomon's an important part of Freemasonry, but he's not the exclusively important part of Freemasonry. There's a lot of important parts to Freemasonry. Maybe there's another way you can get breaks. I don't know. I wish I could help you, but it might not be worth it because you might be taking some years off your life. And breaks are great, but you might want those last few years as well. What about Hiram Abiff? He is a very important figure within Freemasonry as well. Again, there is no single important figure within Freemasonry. There's a lot of different metaphorical and mythological individuals who all play a role. We don't know for sure if Hiram Abiff was ever actually even a real person. There's a Hiram mentioned in the Bible, not the last name, just the first name. He was probably a conglomerate of a lot of different people, is my assumption. No tribe, no smoking of cigarettes of any sort. It was not, but I stayed in I can't remember the name of the hotel, but I stayed in this casino resort place. It was really fun because I remember the windows opened up, not to the outside, but to the inside. There was this big courtyard, and then you opened up the blinds and you looked in, and you looked down into this courtyard, which was set up with a bunch of ponds, and it was just really cool. I was there. I ended up going there for some wrestling. I was refereeing and then attending a Masonic meeting. It was really fun. Well, actually, the way it worked, what happened is I was in Los Angeles and went to an event, and there were some visiting Masons from Las Vegas, and they said to me, we're driving back to Vegas. If you want to get a ride, you can join me. So I got in the car, got a ride from Los Angeles to Las Vegas, and attended some meetings there. It was really, really fun. So I used to always say, tribe, that I don't do any drugs. I no longer say that because it's not true. What it is true is I don't do anything illegal or illicit. I consume caffeine, probably way too much, but that is a substance and I should try to be careful with it. And I have medications, but all the medications I take are prescribed, and I'm really careful to always talk to my doctor about how much I'm taking and etc. I make sure I'm taking it as prescribed and not at risk of abusing it or anything like that. Right, I always try to make that distinction now because one of the dangers, I think, is a lot of people, and we saw this with painkillers, had this attitude that, there's illegal substances which are dangerous, but if something is prescribed, or over the counter, then it's not dangerous or it's not an issue. You still have to be careful, and you should still recognize they are substances, and you need to be as careful as you can and talk to your doctor, and don't take anything for granted or assume, for example, that just because it's over the counter, it doesn't carry risks potentially. Um, Well, I don't have any molecular biology education. What I would always say though is whatever you're doing, be careful. And if it starts to become an issue, find somebody to talk to, whether it's consuming alcohol, other drugs, heck, it could be gambling for that matter, or eating or whatever it might be. It's very possible for almost anything to become problematic if you're not careful and if you don't pay attention, or if you're using it as a way to um, like what's a good word? If you're using it as a way to avoid dealing with other things, which can happen. That can happen with television, you know. You don't want to deal with problems you're facing, so you just watch a lot of TV and avoid dealing with the issues in your life. Um, let's not make any new religions, TS. I think we're doing okay with the ones we have. Lion, is there a spiritual aspect to Freemasonry? Um, Not for me, but I mean, you have to define spiritual. Like, I have known some people who tell, like, Freemasonry is not a religion. So, in the most practical sense of the term, no. But if you tie in spiritualism to a type of religion or religious experience. However, I've known many Freemasons, kind of Chuck Dunning talks about this a little bit when he talks about kind of the initiatic experience, um, where he certainly talks about it in terms that could be considered spiritual. And I've known some Masons who talk about Freemasonry in a term, like in terms that you could count as spiritual. I would not consider my Freemason to be spiritual, but people who get a kind of, like, I don't know how to describe it. I guess what I'd say is there are some Masons who seem to find a sense of spiritual fulfillment within Freemasonry, and that's good for them. For me personally, I tend to think that it's better to try to get spiritual fulfillment through religious undertakings and civic engagement and civic support through Freemasonry. Is Freemasonry not just timber theft? We're not stealing anything, timber or otherwise. Well, Freemasonry is definitely not a religion for a lot of different reasons. One of the main ones being Freemasonry neither promises salvation nor threatens damnation. Freemasonry is democratic, religions are not. And also, we are not treated as, and under no jurisdictions I've ever seen is Freemasonry treated as a religion for taxation purposes. So, and we're live from Peru. Awesome, Mr. Keeps. When are you back, out of curiosity? If you want to say, you don't have to, but congratulations on being in Peru. I'm sure it's been awesome. Let me tell you, you're also probably doing better weather-wise. I know my dad in Winnipeg was saying they got 2 massive snowstorms um, in a row. I don't know if Montreal or if Quebec, excuse me, is dealing with the same things, but by the way, I sent you, okay, well, when you get back, you should be getting something. You should have something in the mail. So that's really cool, though. All right. Arrow. Well, I mean, you can be an atheist if you want. Arrow Pepe 504. There's no harm in that. You wouldn't be able to be a Freemason if you're an ardent atheist, but that doesn't stop you from being part of the chat. I don't, well, I mean, I definitely was feeling exhausted from all the traveling. So I was probably looking rough the last couple of days because I was feeling super um, as feeling super tired from all the travel, but I think I'm doing okay. I'm a very handsome fella. That's the most important thing. Good evening question. Thank you for being here. Try rest the hypothesis. I don't know what that means. Hello, Ian. How's it going? Has Masonry brought me success in life? That's a great question. By the way, 20 minutes, I'm going to start talking a little bit more about the ancients and the moderns, just for the record. Um, I don't know. I mean, define success. I guess it would depend on how you would define success. Um, it certainly has brought me things I'm grateful for, the opportunity to travel, the opportunity to meet brothers I would not meet otherwise. Um, it's made me feel closer to my grandfather who passed away before I was born. Because he passed away before I was born, obviously, I never got to meet him, except he was a Freemason. And what that means, at least to me personally, is whenever I'm in lodge, I do feel close to him. I don't know if that counts as success or not. It feels like a successful thing. Because of Freemasonry, I started this YouTube channel and I've met a lot of great people and a lot of great friends I would not have met otherwise. So, having Asperger's doesn't make you insane, Daryl Brown. Just makes you different. Nothing about being different. I'm missing my legs. I'm different. Um, what happens in lodge? Um, well, it depends on what's going on at the time, right? So, for example, Lion, there's two types of meetings. There's your administrative meetings. Those are where basically you are dealing with all the administrative tasks that are necessary in the running of any organization. Reading of correspondence, minutes, paying of bills, votes and motions, talking about events, planning what's coming up. Basically, it's no different than any other business meeting. But then we do have our ceremonial or ritual meetings where we are bringing in new candidates and advancing them through the degrees. Um, but at the end of the day, it's not so much what happens that matters, it's the brotherhood with which it takes place. Um, well, you might be overanalyzing, but a lot of people do that. Well, I mean, 33 in Freemasonry, when people talk about 33, they're usually talking about the 33rd degree, which is an honorific degree within Freemasonry. Basically, it's an invitational degree. After you join Scottish Rite and move up to 32nd degree, eventually you can be invited to be a 33rd degree Mason, which basically is like giving you an attaboy, saying, congratulations, or thank you for all the work that you've done within Freemasonry. However, it's really not that significant. If you removed the 33rd degree from the Scottish Rite, Freemasonry would still exist. And for 99.9% of Freemasons, nothing would change in their Masonic career or their Masonic career. If you got rid of the first 3 degrees within Freemasonry, then Freemasonry would cease to exist. So when it comes to what's important and what matters, it's the first 3 degrees that set the base on which Freemasonry rests. Yeah, there can be tribe. I mean, there can be within Freemasonry very often as part of the ceremonies. It depends on it depends on which jurisdiction you're in. There is no single Masonic ritual. Rather, different jurisdictions have different rituals. There's York, there's emulation, but sometimes it can involve um, basically putting on kind of a mini play to illustrate a point or to illustrate a philosophical or metaphorical idea. Um, That happens very often within Freemasonry and very often within different rituals. Certainly, that happens within York Rite and Scottish Rite Freemasonry, the appendant bodies. Um, I'm pushing Freemasonry because I love talking about it. I'm really pushing my channel more than anything and my own personal views on Freemasonry. Because why? What else am I going to do? With a face like mine, the people need to see it. See it. With a face like mine, the people need to see it. And with a voice like mine, the people need to hear it. Well, I mean, like, the number won't mean anything to me automatically because usually the numbers are, I'm trying to think of how to describe it. Like, um, so the way it would work is the number that you have is usually based on the age of the lodge. So for example, if your lodge is, Masonic Lodge number 1, it means you're probably technically the first number is always 0. So if your lodge is Masonic Lodge no number, that means you're the oldest Masonic Lodge in the area. Then number 1, second oldest, Masonic Lodge number 2, third oldest. So my mother lodge is Windsor Lodge number 403. What that means is there were 402 Masonic lodges created in my jurisdiction before it came to Windsor Lodge. It was the 403rd. And it doesn't really mean anything unless you know how many lodges exist in total. So for example, if there's 500 lodges in the jurisdiction, 403 means it's a pretty new lodge. If there is, 5,000 Masonic lodges in the jurisdiction, 403 is very old. So basically, the lower the number, the older the Masonic lodge. I do not have a normal face, Mr. Keeps. I have a very handsome face. The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was, I thought the quote was the greatest trick the devil ever, I can talk. The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing people he didn't exist. I thought that was the quote. So I don't know, question if you're referring to just like geographical size or number of Masons when you talk about how big. My mother jurisdiction is the Grand Lodge of Canada in the province of Ontario. So that jurisdiction is the province of Ontario in Canada. So geographically, it's pretty big. Ontario is a very big province. It does make travel difficult for the Grand Master, especially if you're looking at northern jurisdictions. Getting up there, it can be like a 12-hour drive in some cases to get, let's say, from Toronto to some of these small northern Ontario towns. Size, about 28,500, give or take, members, dropping quite substantially over the years. Lodge 6848. So that's probably chartered out of United Grand Lodge of England. Because once you start getting numbers that high, I usually imagine it's United Grand Lodge of England chartering it. Because they've been around for the longest and they have, the most, they've been chartering the most lodges. Lion, I have no idea. That's a spiritual or philosophical question. That's the type of thing you'd have to bring up to a Masonic, not to a Masonic, to a religious kind of theologian almost. Boys, and can you apologize for your ancestors' wrongdoings? I would need to know specifically what the apology or the wrongdoings are. Certainly, I can accept that I'm sure my ancestors committed a lot of wrongdoings and also did a lot of good things. People are complicated, including one's ancestors. There's no simple answer to those things. But I think it's possible to be both, ashamed isn't the right word, to be both Um, uncomfortable with some of the actions of the past while also being grateful for the country in which you live, for whatever it's worth. I don't know what smoking flower means, but I've known Freemasons who used various substances, illicit and otherwise. I don't do any drugs. That's what I will say, for whatever it's worth. No, I do not believe being homosexual is a sin. Um, Different people can have different religious beliefs. That's fine, but I do not believe being homosexual is a sin. I've sat and lodged with many gay Freemasons. They're fine Masons. They're fine dudes. What their religious beliefs were, I have no idea. But that's not my business. What their religious beliefs are. Well, Daryl, I mean, reparations, that's a political discussion. Interestingly enough, within Freemasonry, we're not allowed to discuss politics or religion while in lodge. So just keep that in mind. Here, we can discuss it. I have mixed feelings about reparations, but as a general rule, it seems like there's a lot of issues and challenges, and how to actually apply it fairly seems very difficult. Um, So I guess that's my general view on that. I can see both sides to straddle the fence. Um, well, that's Corinthians, Clark Kent. I'm not necessarily Christian myself. There are many Masons who are. I guess everybody has to decide for themselves. So, Dan, that's a good question. There are within Freemasonry 3 degrees that matter. Let me rephrase that. There are within Freemasonry the craft lodge degrees, the first, second, and third, sometimes referred to as Blue Lodge, Craft Lodge. Um, those are the most important degrees. Those are the base and the foundation upon which everything else rests. After that, you do have your Scottish Rite, your York Rite. You have appendant bodies. In Europe, you have Memphis Mizraim. And that can go, people tend to say up to 33 degrees. Some people will bring in Memphis, which goes even higher. For me personally, I would tend to say there's the craft lodge degrees, that's the base on which everything else rests. And then you do have the rights, which can, increase, go up to as high as 33 degrees. I am not a flat earther. Good, Barbie. I'm glad that you feel very welcome in your church. That's awesome, and that's good for you. I hope everybody can find a place in which they feel welcome. You don't need to know anybody who is a Mason. What you need to do is approach a Masonic lodge. So if you can find a Masonic lodge in your area, knock on the door. If they're not in, leave a note with your name and contact information expressing an interest in joining. If you can find them online, see if they have an email address, see if they have a phone number, and go from there. Get to know them, they get to know you. The first step, though, you don't need to know anybody. You just need to make contact. Helly, you were approached by Illuminati. You were almost certainly approached by a scam artist. So Freemasonry is never going to approach you. It's not going to ever make you any promises or say you've been pre-approved to join or ask you for money. All that stuff is a scam. So if the Illuminati, quote unquote, is approaching you, they're probably scamming you. And I'd be very hesitant about proceeding or responding to it. I don't know enough about Tartaria. I always hear it's like some mythical land. There is not a vow of silence. I'm talking right now. There's obligations, but there's no vow of silence. I went to an Orthodox church yesterday. It's been years. Awesome. If you found that you enjoyed it, then I hope you keep going back. Whatever can bring you peace and comfort and happiness, I hope that you find it. Freemasonry is not a cult. It's definitely not a cult like Scient. I mean, I don't know much about Scientology, to be honest, but it's not a cult for a few different reasons. The main one being cults require cults. One of the hallmarks of a cult is it tries to separate you from your family and you from your work and you from all things outside of the cult. Freemasonry encourages you to put your family and your work ahead, or at least connected to the cult. Connected, so it encourages you to put your family and your work and your civic responsibilities and your religious understandings first, which a cult wouldn't do. A cult would say, we're first, everything else is second. Freemasonry, it actually asks itself to be in the second position, so, or third position, or fourth position, behind work, behind family, behind your religious understandings. So that's one of the many reasons why Freemasonry is not a cult. I don't know enough about Scientology to say. The Bible definitely does not condemn Freemasonry, Clark Kent, because the Bible was written well before Freemasonry existed. So it could not condemn something that did not exist at the time. I always wonder how heaven is. I have no idea, Barbie. That's a religious question. Freemasonry is not a religion. I guess we're all going to find out what's afterwards sooner or later. He may. I don't know what the Bible prophecies are, Clark Kent. But again, Freemasonry is not a religion. I guess what I'd say about that is some people have told me that Donald Trump's a Freemason. I've never seen any evidence that he is. I don't believe that he is. I mean, Freemasonry is cultish. I mean, when you use the term, when you put the term ish on anything, I guess that gives it a pretty wide swath. I would not describe Freemasonry as cultish unless, you mean it's a group of people who meet, but that could describe your grandmother's knitting club. So, I mean, ish is not the most, it's not the most precise way to discuss something. Rob Densmore, I am not an attorney. I went to law school and I graduated law school, but I never actually really practiced law except for like a couple minutes. I actually got to deal with my license at some point. So I'm certainly not licensed to be giving out legal advice or anything like that. There are plenty of attorneys out there, but don't rely on me. I'm not one of them. Hello, CXMER. I hope you're doing well. Please hit that like and subscribe button. I am well on my way to 4,000 watch hours in the last 365 days and 10,000 lifetime hours, which is going to be pretty incredible. I think I might get there before New Year's, before December 31st, and that makes me incredibly happy. Yes, there is an obligation. What is a religion if not a group of people who have some sort of, well, I mean, under that theory, a knitting club would be a religion, right? I think what makes a religion is, I mean, outside of the legal parameters that you find in terms of things like taxation, which to me is kind of follow the money, right? If something is not being taxed or being looked at as a religion for IRS purposes, I think that's a pretty valid point. But also, there is no like set of Masonic beliefs. There's Masonic rituals, but those are, you can think of them as plays, you can think of them as acts. I mean, you wouldn't say the group of people who are putting on a movie believe in the movie. It's just it's metaphorical. They may get lessons and teachings from it, but that's a metaphorical thing, and everybody may get something different from it, right? Combined with the democratic principles therein. Again, a religion, you don't get to vote on what the priest says. In Freemasonry, leadership is not divine, but rather power is granted democratically, etc., etc. I think that's always been the case. I mean, it's the same reason why I don't really know. When people ask me if Freemasonry has a spiritual component, I never really know how to answer that because it doesn't for me. But if something is emotionally resonant, does that also mean it's spiritually resonant? I mean, I always struggle with this idea of like when what is a cult? What is a group? What is an organization? What is a nonprofit? What is a religion? What is a religious experience? Right? A lot of people use the term religion in a way that could apply to Freemasonry. For example, I used to go to scary movie conventions because I love horror films. And somebody once wore a shirt that said, "Horror movies are my religion." The term religion or, as a noun can just mean something you revisit frequently and without exception. So there are people who, for whom football is a religion or a religious experience. I think at some point you just have to look at what the official government definition is of what is and isn't a religion, because otherwise, I've known people who every weekend they watch the football game. They have a series of kind of rituals that they go through before they turn on the game. They have their special shirt, their special seat. They pray during the game. So does that mean football is a religion to them? You know, it gets really tricky, but you have to be very careful that you don't allow these terms to become so broad that they can become meaningless. Are free members, some Freemasons are lawyers, slick Rick, some Freemasons aren't. It just depends on, some Freemasons are uh, some Freemasons are plumbers, some are not. Um, Yeah, I mean, that's another point that tribe brings up is going to court a type of cult or religion. I mean, it's got rituals, it's got practices, it's got guards, it's not open to everybody. Well, Marion, you indict away. Um, so Clark Kent, I've heard that before, that Jesus warns against swearing oaths. I've never really understood that because if you're a Christian, what if you are, if you become a doctor, you take the Hippocratic Oath. If you become a police officer, you take an oath. If you have to go to court to testify, you take an oath. If you're a probation officer, you take an oath. If you join the military, you take an oath. I've never understood that kind of logic when I've known so many Christians involved in so many professions that require the taking of an oath. Um, Babel memes. Do Freemasons eat meat? Many do. I guess it would just depend on the Mason. I've known some vegetarian Freemasons. I would think that the percentages are roughly equivalent to what you see in society. So, if 10% of the population are vegetarian, then probably 10% of Freemasons are vegetarian. Um, Bombo Clat says Glitchmaster fun. Please hit like and subscribe, Glitchmaster. Peter, please hit like and subscribe. Marion, Liam, please hit that like and subscribe button. Sean, I appreciate having all of my audience members here, but you should love those around you, not people you see on YouTube. Um, well, Zombie, please hit like and subscribe. Let's hope neither one of us is ever in that situation. How about that? Well, it's not a secret society disguised as anything. It's a public group with private elements to it. And it is not a charity, though it does charitable activities. It's a social club. It's a social group. At its core, it's really not that different than a boys' night out or a guys' night out. Guys may choose to go out to the bar, hang out, and maybe while they're there, donate some money to charity or put some money in a pass the hat or whatever it is. But that doesn't mean it's a charity. It's just a guy's night out. Um, in 2011, I did not assault anybody, but okay. So Mathker 190. Welcome, Logic and Lunacy. Please hit like and subscribe. It doesn't need to stay secret. It's better if it does. And the reason is, I've given this example a million times, so forgive me for chewing my food twice, or in this case, a million times. Imagine you have a family recipe, and it's been passed down from your grandparents to your parents to your, from your parents to your grandparents, sorry, grandparents to your parents to you. You're going to pass it down to your kids. You're going to keep that family recipe a secret. You're going to keep the family recipe private. And not because it needs to be, not because it would be a big deal if the recipe got out, but rather because you are trying to maintain the bonds between past and future generations of the family. Freemasonry, what we pass down to past and future generations of Masons, ultimately is our ritual. That's the most important thing. And if I start to share, quote unquote, the secrets of the ritual or the private elements of the ritual or ceremonies, it limits the bonds of brotherhood between past and future generations of Freemasons, which is why I choose not to. Mason is not coded on the dollar bill, at least not that I've ever heard. I know the all-seeing eye is on the dollar bill, but that's a very common symbol, the Eye of Providence. It's been around for a long time in a lot of different, it was the Eye of Ra in Egypt. It's not particularly unique to Freemasonry. Well, that's the pyramid, right? Pyramids, the founding fathers of America, including the person who designed the bill, who was not a Freemason, were obsessed with ancient Egypt. Freemasons were as well, but not exclusively. It was that was the age when gentlemen explorers, others would call them grave robbers, would like travel to Egypt and steal, borrow, abscond with all sorts of Egyptian artifacts because people were just so into ancient Egypt at the time. I will totally free your boy Mason. I'm working on it. I've been a Freemason for 20 years, still haven't managed to free Mason, but I'm working on it. Yes, George Washington was a Freemason. He was actually famous for being a Freemason who was fairly active. He would travel around to different Masonic lodges while on presidential duties, which was pretty cool. I didn't lose my legs, Babel. I never had them, actually. I was born this way. I was born missing my legs. So it's when you were born without them, I think in a lot of ways it's quite a bit easier. You don't have to relearn things. You kind of just grow up kind of in the body you have and you figure out how to make things work. So yeah. Again, Clark, it couldn't condemn Freemasonry because Freemasonry didn't exist until thousands of years after the Bible was written. I did not make a deal with the devil, nor did I make a deal with anybody except maybe myself and my decisions. Well, I mean, Mozart contributed things to the world, right? He didn't contribute things, other than his membership. He was a member. But I think when it comes to Mozart, what matters is what he contributed to the world. I don't think beyond that I don't know how active he was in Freemasonry, to be honest. No, we do not, Big Cheese. No, we do not. So Freemasonry does not teach that, Clark Kent. It's not to say that Freemasonry doesn't have certain philosophies, but what Freemasonry focuses on is how it's a civic organization. Civic organization, or civics in general, refers to how we as community members interact with each other. How we interact with God or our spirit, that is something that, any Freemason should tell you, you need to bring up with your religious leaders and your religious understanding, not with a Masonic lodge. You do not. I've never had to sign in any blood with anything, and I'm up to 18th degree. That sounds very dangerous, to be honest. I'd be worried about disease. So I've never heard that. That's all I can say, rolling losing dice. I mean, China can try to take over the world. I don't know. There's interesting enough, there's Freemasonry in China. A lot of people think there's not, primarily in Hong Kong and Macau. I understand it's banned in the mainland, but it still is there in Hong Kong and Macau. Um, Unknown, I have no idea what that means. Please hit like and subscribe. What are the initiation ritual? So this, Lion, is one of those times where you got to take a leap of faith. For the analogy I already provided of the family recipe, I don't share the initiation ritual or information about it, other than to say there is nothing that took place in the initiation ritual that I would consider to be, or that I felt was that was dangerous or concerning to me, or that was against my religious, civil, or familial responsibilities. And that's kind of the leap of faith you got to take. Because if I share what happens in it and you decide to join, or anybody in the stream decides to join, it's not going to be as enjoyable an experience for them. Part of the problem is ritual changes depending on where you're at and what jurisdiction you're in. So if I tell you what happens and you're in a different jurisdiction, you're going to spend your whole initiation waiting for things to happen that won't happen. And it'll limit your ability to be present within the experience. It does not all lead to Lucifer. I don't know what ops means. I am a Freemason. A Freemason is a member of a Masonic lodge. Well, it didn't lose the practical knowledge. It was never designed for that. So stone masonry, and stonemasons still exist. They are the keepers of the practical knowledge, right? Stonemasons still exist. I mean, if you need to build a pathway in your house, you're going to call a stonemason. Freemasonry was developed and evolved from stonemasonry, but with a different purpose. It's about metaphorical building, not literal building. We're building ourselves and our communities. Hello, logic in lunacy. You know what's lunacy? Not hitting the like and subscribe button. The beginning principle was a desire to gather, a desire to meet, right? You had stone Masonic guilds in the 15th century. That provided a meeting place, that provided a kind of a social safety net. And then you had gentlemen Freemasons, or speculative Masons, they were called, men who wanted to be part of the guilds, not to learn to build things out of stone, but for the social aspect, to be part of a club, to be part of a group. They took the teachings of stonemasons and created their own rituals and ceremonies that provide metaphorical or moral lessons. Moral lessons about how to interact with the world, not how to interact spiritually. We have no enemies. Freemasons are vegetarians. We don't have no beef with nobody. Now, groups can be anti-Masonic, but that's a different thing than Freemasons being anti those groups. Yeah, well, that was the guilds, right? Those were the guilds. And eventually, within Freemasonry, you started to develop and join these guilds, not for the practical skills, but for the social aspect, the social safety net, etc., etc. They were not just cathedral builders. They were cathedral builders as well as, they built houses, castles, walls, mills. I mean, if something needed roads, if something needed to be made out of stone, Freemasons would, by definition, or stonemasons, would be the ones to do it. So it was for the practical at the beginning, but eventually men wanted to join not for the practical, but for the moral, metaphorical, or even just to fulfill that human desire to belong, which you could argue is the most basic human desire of all. After you deal with, do you have enough food? Do you have enough, shelter? What you then want is to belong to something. On that Maslow's hierarchy of needs, belonging is pretty important. You do not, Lion. You do not have to. And you could argue, I mean, it's a different type of practical, in fairness. When I say it was initially practical, then it was metaphorical, the need to belong to something and to be part of something bigger than oneself is pretty freaking practical. There's all sorts of evidence and studies that show that being alone, being lonely, has incredibly negative consequences for one's life. Um, Both health and otherwise. So to be part of a group has many practical benefits. You do not have to be rich to be joined, Lion. I mean, it depends on the lodge and how much they charge, but you should never think about money at the start. At the start, just get more information about Freemasonry, about the lodge, about the members, and as you go, and if you find it interesting, then talk about how much it costs. And if you can't afford it, so be it. I mean, I know some lodges that charge as little as $40 per year. And look, there are some people, and I completely get it, $40 per year is a lot of money. I don't want to imply that it's not, if you're struggling, but some lodges charge relatively small amounts, $40 per year. Some, it's as much as $300, $400 per year. It just depends on the lodge and the operating costs. So there is no set amount. Babel memes, really, it's just they're not going to ask you for your income. Now, again, if let's say the lodge dues are $200 per year, then you need to have, I guess, a sufficient income to be able to afford the $200 per year. But they're not going to ask you that. It's just whether you think you can afford it. And I mean, if you're, let's say, making relatively little and you need to work as much overtime as you can to be able to pay to live, pay your rent, pay for food, it may not be the best time to join Freemasonry until you get yourself more financially stable. But that's between you and your wallet. The goal of the rituals, well, at its core, math cur, I think the goal of any ritual, whether it be Masonic ritual or otherwise. But I think the goal of Masonic ritual is to create bonds of brotherhood through shared experiences. Doesn't mean the experiences are exactly the same, but they're similar enough that because I went through the Masonic rituals, I feel a connection to my fellow Masons in Lodge and my fellow Masons who aren't there, who are around the world. Because even though our rituals aren't exactly the same, they're similar enough that I can feel connected to them. And personally, I've always thought that that's always been the purpose of ritual, since ancient Egypt, since the first rituals were recorded. Well, the teachings of the rituals, they impart moral lessons. You can sometimes view them as being a metaphor for childhood, middle age, adulthood, or childhood, middle age, death. I would say they provide different moral lessons, and if you want to know what those are, you got to join, and that comes as a leap of faith a little bit. Oh, sure, tribe. Actually, if you go to my Instagram, you'll see some of the connections pictured. When Freemasonry was borrowing symbolism from various aspects, it definitely borrowed from the celestial canopy, from the stars. I was just in a Masonic lodge in Bogota, Colombia, and the ceiling was painted with this beautiful pattern, and within the pattern were all the different constellations, including my favorite constellation, which is Orion. So it felt a bit like I had brother Orion with me in lodge. Well, you have to learn. It's basically, you can think of it like some people call it a catechism. I'm not a huge fan of that because to me the term catechism has religious connotations, but you have to be able to, repeat, call and response. But that stuff you got to learn. You're given what you need to learn after you join. To join the first degree, you don't have to learn anything. You just have to show up, have confidence, and try your best to pay attention to what's going on. It's not a big deal in Masonry, but it's part of Freemasonry, astronomy more so. Again, a lot of lodges in South America They paint their ceilings with stars and constellations. It's really beautiful. Um, I guess anything you can learn, you can learn everything because people have posted everything online. But what I would say is there are some things, even though you can learn everything, there are some things you probably shouldn't learn unless you plan to, until after you're a Freemason, because otherwise you are going to, you're not going to enjoy the experience as much. And it's not something I'm going to share. Again, that's the degrees. In general, I mean, one thing I'm going to talk about in a moment is the history of Freemasonry, the moderns and the ancients revisited. So that's the entire history of a conflict in Freemasonry between two groups of brothers, two groups of men in the United Grand Lodge of England. You can learn that the Grand Lodge of England was formed June 24th, 1717. But if you want to learn about the rituals themselves and the metaphorical or Masonic teachings therein, it's really better to just join. Cause I'm so handsome, G Money. Cause I'm so handsome that I have this beautiful face. G Money, please hit like and subscribe. Well, they do. It's not teaching. Well, you could use the term teaching, Math Cur. Really, the term that I would use is mentoring. That's what they usually refer to it as. You have mentoring nights where after you get your first degree, if you want to advance to your second, they will mentor you and help you learn your proficiency, learn your catechism, learn the things you need to learn. So, yeah. Most Masonic lodges that are doing, if not great, at least okay, or at least well, they have very active mentoring nights where they help their candidates get ready for the second and third degrees. Well, thank you, G Rainbow. I hope, or G Money, excuse me. I hope you hit the like and subscribe button. Pro Rainbow, hello again. Please hit like and subscribe as well. We are well on our way to 4,000 watch hours in the last 365 days, as well as 10,000 lifetime. So help a brother out, hit like, hit subscribe. We're actually at 3,106 subs. It's funny, one of the goals I set was to get over 3,000 subs by the end of the year, and I am at 3,106 subs. So thank you to everybody who's helped make it possible. Well, I would say, Math Cur, if you want to learn more about Freemasonry, the best place to start is Freemasonry for Dummies by Chris Hodap. You can order it online. It's not that expensive, and it's a really excellent book. It's a really excellent resource. It does an excellent job at describing so much of what Freemasonry is and how it operates and how it's worked. So I would recommend Freemasonry for Dummies. Is true the tat's healing good. It's out of the plastic. I had to take a shower, but it's hard to see it well. But there it is, King Solomon's Temple. If you know, you know. Yeah, Chris Hodap is the author. He did a great job, and it's a great explanation. Again, he doesn't delve into the rituals, but he delves into the history really well. So I'd recommend you check it out for sure. This is way more than my 33rd stream, Josh Gee. This is significantly more than that. Is addiction... Well, I mean, I've known Masons who struggled with addiction. I've known some Masons, actually, that addiction has claimed their lives in various ways, either through despondency or not knowing their tolerance or whatever it is. I've known people outside of Freemasonry who have those struggles as well. I actually worked in a jail and as a probation officer for about 10 years, and so addiction was a big part of what I dealt with. It would depend on the Mason. There are some Masons who may be really good at hiding their addictions to the point that nobody in lodge knows until it's too late. If you do know, then, I would say that it's up, Masons should try to step in. But at the end of the day, the addict has to be willing and desirous of accepting the help. There's only so much you can do. I would say if there's somebody applying to be a Freemason who is suffering from addiction issues and you learn of that, it may be worth, either declining his application or telling him that he should maybe get his own life sorted before he joins. It's tough. It's tough to say. But this is why one thing I always recommend is Masons should know about community resources in their area. So if they do, let's say, know of a brother who's struggling with an addiction, let's say addiction to alcohol, you can at least tell them, hey, I think you need some help, and here's some phone numbers to call, right? I always mention on this stream 988. That's the number you call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, if you're struggling with self-harm due to addiction or anything else. No, I am not, is true can, because whipped cream on pie is disgusting. Whipped cream is disgusting. It's gross. It ruins things like pies, which are delicious without them. All right, I have to run to the washroom. When I get back, no, Lion, Freemason does not give you influence. I wish it did. But it does not. Anybody who contacts you and tells you, become a Freemason, you will gain influence or power, it's either one of two things. It's either they're just lying to you and they're scamming to you, or they've been given false information and are now repeating it. Freemasonry does not guarantee you influence, power, money, anything like that. What it does is hopefully give you a set of philosophies and ideas and friends on whom you can rely. Sean hairline, it looks like you can call 111. That's 24 hours a day. That's the NHS number, 111. You can also call Samaritans, 116123. Campaign Against Living Miserably. Looks like it's 0800585858. I hope those numbers are helpful to you, and I hope you talk to somebody. What is the core of Mason philosophy? I mean, Igor is true can gave Brotherly Love, Truth, Relief. Actually, I don't know who that is, but I'm assuming with the whipped pie comment or whipped cream comment. Yeah, that's the most basic way to put it. Brotherly love, relief, and truth. I also think every Mason, to a certain extent, can and should find his own or her own. There's also the Order of Women Freemasons, Masonic philosophy. Like for me, my Masonic philosophy is that the world can be made better through the application of brotherly love, relief, and truth. Right? That's my Masonic philosophy. Sean, I don't know you, but I know the world is better with you in it. So if you're having any thoughts that you're not doing well, I hope you'll call one of those numbers. There's very little, obviously, that can be done on a YouTube live stream where I'm responding to comments. I would say talk to somebody, with those numbers I gave you. Focus on getting through the day. Stay away from drugs or alcohol and get yourself to a safe place like a friend's house. Be around other people. Do something you enjoy. This is all from the NHS UK mental health page. It's a tricky time for a lot of people, Sean, not just you. It's a tricky time for a lot of people. Um, Especially when there's no family around. But there are people you can talk to, and there are places you can go. I mean, I know here in Windsor, there's plenty of churches that have special services for people who don't have friends or family around, if not on Christmas Day, sometimes on Christmas Eve. Um, Corn plum, what degree am I? A lot of people get overly fixated on degrees. I'm a third degree Master Mason, which is the most important degree. I'm also 18th degree Scottish Rite. I do not know what that aesthetic is, Sator Mavet. Please hit like and subscribe. I have no idea to what you're referring. Airline pilot, maybe you need to see a doctor if it stinks that bad. I don't know. Sure, Sean. I think we've all struggled with poor mental health. I find it stranger when I find out people haven't struggled with mental health. I have gone to see therapists in the past. It was great. There's no shame in talking to people if you're struggling. So I think we all struggle. You know, for me, Freemasonry, and sometimes Freemasonry has added to my mental health struggles, to be frank. But many times it's also given me a place to go to deal with my mental health struggles. So I think everybody needs to find their own place. Other things I like to do when I'm struggling with mental health is listen to music, my favorite songs. I've tried to do a thing lately where, every day I try to think of something I'm grateful for or something that's gone well in my life. Like when I was younger, I read this book. I can't remember the name of the book. I can't remember anything about it except this one section where it's this young lady. She was a high school student. She was one of the characters in the book. Anyway, she was talking about like what would be a great moment for her, or like what she was picturing her like perfect life. And the life that she imagined or pictured was her in a coffee shop. It's a cold winter's day. She's in this coffee shop. She's drinking a coffee. She's in university and she's reading a book. And that was it. That was, if she could get to that point where she could enjoy a nice cup of coffee in a nice coffee shop with a book, she will have made it. And I bring that up to say, there isn't a day goes by that I'm not enjoying a nice cup of coffee somewhere, usually with a book. And I'm, in a sense, living that character's perfect life. So maybe when I'm struggling with my mental health, I remember all the good things that I have and not allow whatever the temporary struggles of the day might be to distract me from the blessings of my life. Well, YOLO, please hit like and subscribe and talk to a doctor. It sounds like you have to. Maybe don't eat laxatives I don't know. Talk to a doctor. Is it hard to become a Master Mason? No, Lion, it's not hard. I mean, every jurisdiction is different. It can take some time, but I would not describe it as difficult for whatever it's worth. At least I did not find it hard. I found it rewarding. I found it valuable, but I did not find it quote unquote hard. But really it also depends. It's different for everybody. Like I'm lucky in that certain skills I find are do naturally well with Freemasonry. Like I've always been pretty decent at memorizing things. I've always been pretty decent at kind of being able to not just memorize, but understand the meaning and context behind documents and historical documents and ritual. So, if you have trouble memorizing things, getting your third degree may be harder. It may take more time. How long does it take? It really just depends, Lion. There's a minimum requirement, which is usually 30 days between degrees in most jurisdictions, but I've known some who've been entered apprentices for decades, at least one. It depends on the brother himself and how quickly or slowly he wants to go. Let's give it. So I'm going to run to the washroom because I have to go to the washroom like crazy. Then I'm finally going to start talking about the ancients versus the moderns. Early morning, I'm going to work. I hope that work goes well for you. All right, we're going to leave my co-host here. I'll be back in one moment. All right, last time I went to the washroom, I made a horrible mistake and did not leave my phone unmuted, which meant people heard me going to the washroom. Let's see if I can do it right this time. I'll be back in 2 moments. I'm back. Lion, see, I would never, Freemasons don't poop. We don't drop steamers. That's a secret that most don't know, but we do not. Um, I would never do such a thing. We just work so hard. We burn the energy from the inside. I just watched the interview while getting a tattoo, and so I have that in my mind of, my man doesn't pee or poo or that whole thing stuck in my head. Um, yes, exactly. I just saw the interview. So, okay. Everybody get to sleep. If you're tired, get yourself some sleep. Tripical is absolutely right. You never know what the future brings. So you never know what the future is going to bring. Next week could very well be the best week of your life. The next day could be the very next best day of your life. You are taking a heck of a risk by ending something when you don't know the end of the story and how wonderful it truly could be. So always keep that in mind. Thank you. And don't forget, you guys, hit the like, hit the subscribe if you're new. Consider a super chat, just 99 cents. Well, maybe one day they'll find a cure for IBS. I don't know. But let's all hope for the best. Lithuania. Great to have some Lithuanians here. Okay. So I'm starting with this work, The Moderns and the Ancients Revisited, Brother Professor Aubrey N. Newman. You can find this online. It's part of the 1723constitutions.com. I'm not going to say it here, but it's bathroom related and it's gross. We're going to talk about that right now, Lion. Actually, interesting, just out of curiosity, without context, 67 votes. Modern is at 61%. Ancient is at 39% in terms of which one people like more. It is now generally accepted that there were a number of Freemason lodges in existence before four of them in London came together to form a Grand Lodge in 1717, and that the appearance of this Grand Lodge of London and Westminster was followed by a considerable and growing public interest in Freemasonry. This was partly demonstrated through an increase in the number of lodges declaring their allegiance to this new Grand Lodge. By 1725, the list of lodges includes lodges outside London, and it was not long before there were also lodges outside of England. But a further consequence of this interest was the publication of a number of so-called exposures giving details of the rituals and secrets of Freemasonry. The most prominent of these was Samuel Prichard's Masonry Dissected, which appeared in 1730 and proved so popular that 3 reprints appeared during the next 11 days. While some of the market for these exposures was derived from a general curiosity about the nature of Freemasonry itself, some of it seems to have come from a desire to secure access to the secrets and charities of Freemasonry without actually becoming a Freemason. There are also references to the irregular to the irregular or illegal making of Freemasons by persons who had no right to do so, and there would seem to have been a number of impostors or irregular Freemasons securing entrance to lodge meetings through knowledge gained from such publications. Grand Lodge attempted to lay down a rule that no person whatsoever should be admitted into lodges unless some member of the lodge then present would vouch for such visiting brothers being a regular Mason. But this clearly did not work, and Grand Lodge, sometime in 1739, decided to deal with these impostors and deny them admission by varying the recognition words connected with the first and second degree rituals. Since the impostors would not be aware of these changes, these irregular Masons would thus be excluded. Note the term irregular. Yes, well, I'm working right now. Please help me out by doing the super chat. What is not clear is whether all lodges and all regular Masons were actually informed of these changes, but their introduction was certainly one of cause to what became a great schism. My brother Matt Damon is doing great. I'll take it if I look like Matt Damon. He's a handsome fellow. Maverick, please hit the like and subscribe button if you haven't done so before. I'm talking about the Ancient and the Modern Schism, which lasted from about 1751 to 1813 in the United Grand Lodge of England. To revert for a moment, the Grand Lodge in London, set up in 1717, had not been the only Grand Lodge in existence in England. A number of other Grand Lodges emerged during the first half of the 18th century. I'm doing well, Satter. Adam, I'm doing well. Thank you for being here. A number of other Grand Lodges emerged during the first half of the 18th century. In a way, the existence of some of these various Grand Lodges resulted from the very success of the original group of 4 lodges. Yes, I got a vice grip, Grasshopper. Please hit like and subscribe. The Grand Lodge of All England, held at York, which formed itself in 1725 from a time immemorial lodge. As such, it had a somewhat shadowy existence as a Grand Lodge. It revived to a fresh, if feeble existence in 1761, and between 1762 and 1790 warranted, that means created or allowed the existence of 11 lodges. Another term for warranted could be licensed. It ceased operating about 1792. It also in 1779 took advantage of a controversy in London to charter the Grand Lodge of England south of the River Trent, which in its turn constituted 3 daughter lodges. But this group seems to have collapsed in 1789, None of these, however, seem to be in serious rivalry with the Grand Lodge formed in London. The point of all this being, in 1717, there was no single Grand Lodge. There were multiple Grand Lodges or multiple groups and organizations claiming to speak for quote unquote true Freemasonry. There was, however, an additional Grand Lodge, which was in direct rivalry with the premier Grand Lodge, founded in 1717, later to be termed Moderns. A Grand Lodge, which from its beginning, before the title of the Ancients, it was on the 17th of July, 1751, that 6 lodges in London came together to form the most ancient and honorable society of free and accepted Masons. Note the F and AM. Sean, I cannot. I'm going to be just fine, but you hit the like and subscribe button. And to be fair, if I'm going to exist, I might as well get into some trouble. You do that, Sean, but first hit like and subscribe. Some historians used to argue that these lodges were made up of seceders and schismatics, people who created schisms, from the earlier Grand Lodge. But further investigation has shown that none of their founding members had belonged to any lodge owing allegiance to the earlier Grand Lodge. They seem to have been mostly Irish brethren resident in London. It would seem there was a group of members, the Grand Lodge of Ireland, resident in London, who found themselves unwelcome in English lodges, perhaps because of their lowly social status, perhaps because they could not afford the financial obligations. High altitude investing. Thank you. By the way, I mailed you your special holiday correspondence in honor of, or as a thank you for you being a Patreon. I mailed it on the 22nd. My hopes is, on the 18th. Maybe, fingers crossed, you'll get it before Christmas Day. I don't know. But if not, thank you so much for being here. How is it going with you? How is your channel doing, High Altitude Investing? Everybody, if you get the chance, jump onto High Altitude Investing's channel quickly and hit the subscribe button. Anne Marie, I'm talking about the UK. I'm talking about the UK and the Ancients versus the Moderns. But how's it going with you? By the way, we are well on the path to 4,000 watch hours in the last 365 days. And we've made it to over 3,100 subscribers, which is 106. So we're at 3,106, which is 106 more subs than I had set a goal for. So I'm over what I'd hoped to get in this year. Thank you. John Wayne was a Mason, so there you go. You got to watch a Mason with a Mason. With 2 Masons, I suppose. Thank you. But how's your channel going, High Altitude Investing? How's your channel treating you? Going to wait to see what High Altitude Investing has to say. And how's your other channel going? The Wisdom in Christ podcast. How's that treating you? Sorry, didn't hear the question. I was just asking how things are going for you. How's your other channel going? The Wisdom in Christ. Oh, no worries. Your Wisdom in Christ, the podcast I appeared on. How's that channel going? Third degree Master Mason and 18th degree Scottish Rite. Those are the most important. Those are the degrees that, well, the most important degree is the 3rd degree Master Mason. That's the degree that matters. 18th degree, those are honorifics. Those are the appendant bodies. They're valuable and they're important parts of the craft. But what matters truly is getting your third degree. That's kind of your graduation in Masonry. Cool. I mean, it is Christmas time, so when it comes to a channel called Wisdom in Christ, you maybe do something on Christmas Day. Who knows? Any plans for Christmas? We got the hearts. That normally means we got Smokey the Clown in. That is true. But I suppose high altitude investing, you could argue that almost anything worth doing requires a lot of faith. Being a Freemason is a leap of faith. Can you do it justice, right? But I definitely get the feeling, don't get me wrong, I can 100% understand. But, credit to you, you've got, what, 35,000 subs? So you're basically 10xing me. So keep up the good work. You should be proud of all the work that you're doing. Not just on your channel, but Freemasonry and everything else. That sounds very Masonic in some ways, the idea of building something, right? That sounds very Masonic. I like that. Spending time with family, good. Enjoy spending time with your family. I'm sure it'll be a great morning. I hope Santa Claus is good to you. Yes, Virginia, there is a Santa. So we were talking about the schism between the moderns and the ancients, which is the famous, or not famous, in Masonic historian circles, a famous dispute that existed between Masons from approximately 1751 to 1813 in England. Are you talking about the location, Lion, or the song? Because I've been to Santa Monica, which was an incredible place to visit, and I also really like the song Santa Monica by Theory of a Dead Man. I think it's a great song. One of the most underrated, a very underrated but awesome Masonic song. I think Theory of a Dead Man, to be perfectly honest, is a very underrated but awesome band. I don't think they get I don't think they get the respect they deserve. Yeah, I visited Los Angeles for 3 weeks and I stayed in this hostel, which was relatively close. I think it was actually technically in Santa Monica, but I remember going to the beach a whole bunch, seeing the signs, thinking of the song. People don't realize it, but Los Angeles has a ton of Masonic history connected to it. It's really, really cool just how much Masonic history exists in Los Angeles. I recommend everybody, if you become a Freemason and you visit Los Angeles, or if you are a Freemason and you visit Los Angeles, do some Google searches, go to the Jimmy Kimmel studio. You're going to see all the different Masonic connections that exist. It's just because Freemasonry was so ubiquitous in the 1920s and the 1950s. Both were times when Hollywood was growing. So you have a ton of Masonic buildings in the Los Angeles and the surrounding areas. And because Los Angeles has some pretty decent heritage preservation laws, in a lot of cases, you can't touch the buildings, at least the facade. You can change the inside of it, but you can't change the facade. So there, like the Jimmy Kimmel show is filmed in a Masonic building. Village Studios has recorded a bunch of music in a Masonic building. I got to tour it. It was incredible. A lot of back in the day studio heads and actors and stuff became Freemasons with the desire to kind of advance in Hollywood. It's really cool history. M-I-L M1LK. I am not a fan of Donald Trump myself. I can say that. There are plenty of people who disagree, plenty of Masons who disagree. I don't know if I'd say disgusting, but not a fan, that's for sure. So going back to this Ancients and Moderns, well, Mario, if you got sick or couldn't do it, so long as you informed him in advance that you couldn't make it, then it's okay. Things change. I would be concerned if you, let's say, didn't advise him at all, but well, there are many people I think who share my opinion though, North Coast, even in your neck of the woods. Um, so long as he knew why, it's not a boo-boo. I mean, he's probably happier that you canceled it. I would be kind of annoyed, to be honest, if somebody got the flu and came to meet with me and risked me getting it myself. Although I do get the flu shot. Um, so going back, you basically were talking about this dispute. You've got the Ancients and the Moderns. You've got a lodge of Irish, primarily Ireland residents, trying to create their own Grand Lodge in London at the frustration of the present Premier Grand Lodge of England. The presence of a significant number of Irishmen in London was a consequence of social and economic differences between England and Ireland at this time, with many Irishmen coming to London to better themselves economically. Not all had succeeded because the first book of constitutions issued by this new body described the founders as men of some education and an honest character, but in low circumstances. This new group was initially presided over by the masters of affiliated lodges until 1756, when their first titled Grand Master, Lord Blessington, I love that name by the way, was induced to accept the honor. Their warrants had been left blank between times, awaiting the coming of a nobleman to that office. The original, or premier, Grand Lodge did not welcome the appearance of this new group, and the new group in turn denounced the original Grand Lodge. The new group averred that the others had adopted new plans and had departed from the old landmarks. Apart from the discontent of the Irish, the causes of the break were rooted partly in the slackness and weak administration of the Premier Grand Lodge at the time. There had been in the 1740s a degree of malaise felt among some of the London lodges, and at least one of the Grand Masters had seriously neglected his duties. There seems also to have been some discontent over a number of changes in custom and ritual, which had been made in part for the purpose of excluding impostors, and in part under the influence of Dissected, who had played a leading part in the development of the Grand Lodge. Recent research on him and his associates indicates that they had been responsible for a change in rituals based upon Noah to one and based upon a Abrahamic legend. There is also an element of de-Christianization of Freemasonry, which seems to have started as early as 1723, and a neglect of the days of St. John the Baptist and Evangelist as special Masonic festivals, as this was added to the already mentioned transposition of the modes of recognition of the entered apprentice and fellowcraft degrees. This apparently was made a principal cause of offense. Further complaints came to include an abandonment of the esoteric part of the installation of masters and a neglect of catechisms attached to each degree. The new Grand Lodge claimed, therefore, to have reverted to the old forms. They set themselves up as ancient, spelled A-N-T-I-E-N-T, Masons, and bestowed upon their rivals the odious name of Moderns. Later, the two were to be further distinguished from each other by the names of their respective Grand Masters, one being called the Prince of Wales Masons, while the others were termed the Atholl Masons. Successive Dukes of Atholl were to be the Grand Masters of the Ancients from 1771 to 1781, and from 1791 to 1813. The third Duke of Atholl became the Grand Master in 1771, and after his death in 1774, his nephew, John Murray, succeeded both in temporal, title, and Masonic rank. The fourth Duke created something of a record in Masonic advancement in 1775 when he was initiated, passed, and raised, installed Master of the Grand Master's Lodge, and elected Grand Master all in 4 days. Could you imagine that in 2025? Being initiated, passed, and raised, and then becoming the Grand Master in 4 days? You would not see that in 2025, that's for sure. I'm just grabbing a pop. I'll be back in just 1 moment. That is kind of a crazy thing, though. All right. I did not know that, but apparently there was a Grand Master in England who was initiated, passed, and raised, and then became the Grand Master of it would have been the Moderns in 4 days. So the Ancients, excuse me, which was the newer group. He was Grand Master at the one time of Scotland and of the Atholl Grand Lodge, the Grand Lodges of Scotland and Ireland being represented at his installations in London in 1791. He was re-elected, and thereafter lodges under the Ancients' constitutions became known as the Atholl Lodges. However, the great figure amongst these ancients was less their Grand Master than Lawrence Dermot, to whose keen pen and indefatigable industry as its secretary for more than 30 years was due in large measure their success. Every time a lodge succeeds or a Grand Lodge succeeds, it's thanks to the secretary. Never forget that. Let me just grab a Coke or some Coca-Cola. In 1756, he published its first book of laws entitled To Help a Brother, much of which was taken from the Irish constitutions of 1751, and the rest of the Book of Constitutions from Anderson, famously the 1723 Anderson Constitutions, whom he did not fail to criticize with stinging satire, of which he was the master. From almost the very beginning of both of these Grand Lodges expanded in terms of new lodges owing allegiance to one or the other. In some cases, this expansion was clearly the result of existing lodges establishing links with the larger body. But in many cases, hello, Linking Atlas, how's it going? Thank you for being here. But in many other cases, it was the result of individuals petitioning Grand Lodge to allow the establishment, the warranting, the licensing of new lodges either in London or in the province. By 1725, the list of lodges associated with the Premier Grand Lodge includes a number of lodges outside London and indeed several outside England. Real DM Productions. There are many Freemasons who would agree with you. But Freemasonry is not a religion. Having said that, welcome. Thank you for joining. Let me know how it's going, and if you have any questions or thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear them. Hello from the office. So you made it to work. How is it going? I hope that you're doing well. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here from the office. I appreciate that very much. All right. I'm still talking about the ancients versus the moderns, but I figure I'll take a break and I'll wait to see if anybody else wants to jump in with any comments or questions. Real DM Productions, I think you're new to the stream. I don't know if I remember you from previously, so let me know how it's going. Well, fair enough. I do hope, even if you don't care for any of this stuff, you'll still consider taking a moment to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. If not, no worries. I appreciate you being here. Like I said, Freemasonry is not a religion. That's not to say, however, that it does not. I mean, it has many members of many different faiths, including and not limited to, we have many Christian Freemasons, Jewish, Muslim, Hindu, Sikh, etc., etc. I have no gang affiliation because Freemasonry is not a gang. So I'm very sorry to disappoint. I am affiliated or I am a member of several Masonic lodges, and proud of it, but that's not quite the same thing as being part of a gang, despite what some people on the internet may say. Hello, Deborah Bond. Everyone is doing well. How are you doing? I'm just reviewing the history of the ancients and the moderns, but having said that, I hope that you will let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear it. Well, my recommendation to you, for whatever it's worth, is try to get away from um, being part of a gang. It's a dangerous life. I understand people get involved for a lot of different reasons. I'm going to take what you're saying as being serious and say it is my recommendation not to be involved in those things. Gangs or otherwise. Find a positive outlet for, a desire to belong, like Freemasonry. No, Lord Ronnie, it is not true. Someone's been watching too many conspiracy theories. Not that that might not make being a Freemason more fun, but I would not be comfortable being part of those things, masked or unmasked, to be perfectly frank. I know I got a big forehead, Bull Monkey. I've grown to accept it. Please hit the like and subscribe button. If you're going to insult my forehead, I think there should be a charge, and that charge is liking and subscribing. I'm 4 likes away from, I'm 4 subscribers away from 3,110 subs. Yes, San Juan, I get it, and I always try to take things like that seriously. I never want to assume joking, especially because you can't hear like sarcasm through a message on YouTube. Having said that, keep in mind I have no legs, so there's nothing for you to pull. I did not. I was born missing my legs. Sicaria, I discuss Freemasonry and I promote the ways Freemasonry was and is relevant to the communities in which it is located. Deborah Bond, I'm sure your husband is a good man, and that's wonderful to hear. If he's helping people and being a good man, then he is following what Freemasonry absolutely should be. So good for him, and I really appreciate you being here. Lord Ronnie, stone masons build stone walls, which is from whence we evolved. Freemasons have dinner and pass the nights and metaphorically build ourselves in our communities, which is a little bit different than actually building walls. It's okay. I don't mind. I was born without my legs. So when you're born without legs, you kind of never feel like you missed anything, you know? Would it make a difference, Sakaria, whether I'm liberal or conservative? Freemasonry is not a political organization. We have both liberal and conservative members. And it's interesting, actually, within Freemasonry, one thing we're not allowed to talk about is politics. Deborah, I mean, Freemasons, I'm a Freemason. I've been one since 2007. Freemasons are men, right? We're human beings. And that means that when it comes to being a Freemason, we have all of the good qualities and bad qualities of what it means to be a human, what it means to be a man. What I would say, however, is if you are following the philosophical ideas and the philosophical ideals of Freemasonry, then you are absolutely more likely to fall on the side of being good, or at least practicing good. No, I'm serious. I'm in a wheelchair right now. Look at me roll around. I don't know. See, I'm doing a wheelie and everything. So there you go. I know it's hard to tell. But yeah, I was born missing my legs. So. Minotaur, solstice blessings. Thank you. Yes, happy solstice to everybody. I guess it is still technically the winter solstice. It's still December 21st. So, yeah. But yeah, I'm sure, I have no doubt that Deborah, your husband, is a great man. And thank you again for being here. Well, I mean, it's one of those things where, again, I think when you're born with no legs, it's in some ways a lot easier than if you were to lose your limbs in an accident, right? Because certainly, and especially if you're older, because to be born with no legs, you kind of learn relatively early on how to operate, how to move. You get comfortable. I've been in a wheelchair and used a wheelchair since high school. Before that, I used artificial legs. So the point is, like, it's not the same thing as losing them later in life and having to relearn everything, right? Which I think would be a lot more difficult. Either way, I say that having known many people who lost their limbs later in life and, went on to have a great life. So I think a lot of times it does come down to just the attitude with which you approach these things. Not to get too, for whatever it's worth, not to get too preachy about it. James, I don't know if you mean you're blind or if you literally, but I know many people who are blind and also lead great lives. In fact, Freemasonry, one of the things I was most proud of is a real push to include more accessible buttons and more, like when I say accessible buttons, I mean buttons and signage with Braille on it for blind community members. Nice try, Jug 2000. I'm not falling for that one. Please hit like and subscribe, but not happening. You got to wake up pretty early to get one over on me. Excuse me. Let me grab a drink and then I'll keep talking about the sides. So basically, to just recap where we were, in 1717, the Premier Grand Lodge of England formed from 4 existing Masonic lodges. Over time, many Masons grew to feel like this Grand Lodge was not representing them well for a variety of reasons, and also that the Premier Grand Lodge of England was ignoring the quote unquote ancient or original teachings of Freemasonry, and replacing it with its own more modern version of it. I know it sounds weird to talk about a modern version of Freemasonry in 1717, or really in 1750, but that's how they started to feel. That combined with the fact that the Grand Lodge of England, the Premier Grand Lodge of England, was denying admittance to a lot of Irish Masons due to low social status, you ended up having a schism form, and certain Masons got together and decided to form their own Grand Lodge. And they decided that their Grand Lodge would be more in keeping with what they viewed as the original or ancient charges of Freemasonry and the quote unquote true origin. As a consequence, the new Grand Lodge, which was formed around 1751, and was actually new, named itself the Ancients, arguing that they were truly following the ancient charges, and they named the original, older Grand Lodge the Moderns, arguing that they had adopted modern practices at the expense of ancient rituals and ancient traditions. You're not wrong, Lord Ronnie. You're not wrong. And it was pushed as wokeness. Unfortunately, politics seeps in everywhere. This has always been the case. Even within Freemasonry, you're always going to deal with political issues. All you can do is your best, though. Freemasonry, I mean, repackaged from what? Repackaged as what? It's been around for hundreds of years. If anything, I would say maybe groups are repackaging Freemasonry in 2025. So, by 1813, there were 359 ancient lodges against 636 owing allegiance to the moderns. Again, though, the nomenclature gets confused, right? The ancient lodges were actually warranted by the newer Masonic Grand Lodge, despite the fact that it's called the Ancients, hence there were less, while the modern Masonic lodges were actually belonged to the older Grand Lodge. So that gets confusing. But there are 636 modern Masonic lodges and 359 ancient lodges. The Ancients were particularly active in creating lodges outside of London and seem to have attracted support from the newly emerging centers of population in the north of England. Interestingly enough, one of the differences between the two Grand Lodges was their attitude to provincial organization. Well, Freemasonry is not about salvation, Clark Kent. Freemasonry neither promises salvation, nor does it threaten damnation. For that, you need to talk to your Grand Lodge. You need to talk to not your Grand Lodge, but your church, whether it be your Christian faith, your Catholic, your Protestant. If you want to know what's going to happen to your soul, you got to talk to your religious leaders. If you want to get potential advice on how to exist within a community as a civic organization, you need to maybe join Freemasonry or other civic groups. Someone has been reading too many of the papal bulls from the Catholic Church. The Ancients, were particularly active in creating lodges outside of London and seem to have attracted support from the newly emerging centers of population in the north of England. Interestingly enough, one of the differences between the two Grand Lodges was in their attitude to provincial organization. The Moderns had a large number of provincial Grand Masters, All right, Austin. I'm going to block you in a second, but first I'm going to take your position seriously and say you need to talk to the police and authorities if anybody is forcing anything upon you. Interestingly enough, one of the differences between the two Grand Lodges was in their attitude to provincial organization. The Moderns, which again is the older Masonic Lodge, had a large number of provincial Grand Masters, many of whom had no lodges within the province nominally under their direction, and clearly used the title to give individuals a higher status within Grand Lodge itself. Although the ancients created many lodges in provinces, they were never really organized in England on a provincial basis. In that, they seem to have created one English provincial Grand Lodge, and they had no provincial Grand Masters. They did, however, create 11 provincial Grand Lodges in the colonies, such as the Grand Lodge of New York, Virginia. Clearly, rivalry and competition developed between the two Grand Lodges. While the rivalry was not necessarily healthy for the craft, the Ancients' Grand Lodge added much vitality to Freemasonry. One of the important differences between the Grand Lodge was the ritual. Grand Lodges was the ritual. The Ancients, for example, developed a formal ceremony for the installation of the Master of the Lodge, while the Moderns merely placed him in the chair. The Ancients had the office of deacons, which the Moderns did not. But even more significant than such differences would now be regarded as being beyond the craft. They might have declared themselves as the true guardians of Masonic tradition, yet they introduced more innovations than the Moderns, especially Royal Arch Freemasonry. Indeed, the Ancients held out for the right to award degrees all the way through from the 3 craft degrees up to that of Knight Templar. The records of many ancient lodges show them to have been very active in conferring these degrees. The Moderns did not accept them as being part of the craft regime, while, for example, the Ancients insisted that the Holy Royal Arch was an essential part of Masonry. The Moderns for long held out against it. Although there were scattered references to an early version of this degree and to it being worked in some craft lodges before 1750, the Moderns did not look kindly upon it. One Grand Secretary of the Moderns declared that the Holy Royal Arch is a society we do not acknowledge, and which we hold to be an invention to introduce innovation and seduce the brethren. When eventually the Moderns did come to accept the Holy Royal Arch, they did not recognize it as part of the craft regime, and the story of how they eventually produced a compact leading to the emergence of the Holy Royal Arch chapter indicates the reluctance to accept even this measure. The Ancients, on the other hand, considered to be an essential part of Masonry as the 4th degree, a degree certainly more august, sublime, and important than those which precede it, and as a summit of perfection of ancient Freemasonry. All these differences mean that persons wishing to transfer their allegiance between Grand Lodges had to be remade in all 3 degrees. As a broad generalization, it might be said that in England, at any rate, the Moderns brought together mostly prominent men in a society proclaiming gentility, cultivating high social standing, while the Ancients, lacking in political power and social distinction, were more popular and adaptable. Thank you, Deborah. I look forward to your husband joining on stream. He can become a Patreon member as well. He can subscribe. He can follow me on social media. All that good jazz. Other differences between the two forms of Masonry covered a great deal of ground, in addition to the already indicated. There is, however, little evidence of the details of the ritual in the 2 Grand Lodges, and all that can be done is to list the charges made by the Ancients against the Moderns. It must be emphasized that, given the obvious problems of physical communication over the country and the lack of any real check upon what was actually done in each lodge, there must have been in practice a considerable degree of variation between lodges. Almost certainly some practices of the ancients came to be used in the moderns' lodges and vice versa. Outside London, the differences were not always clear. Evidence in some localities indicates a considerable movement of individuals between the two allegiances. Personal differences within a lodge could and did lead to a transfer of loyalties. Officers would move, officers would move en bloc to the other Grand Lodge, sometimes taking their warrant with them. Some lodges, indeed, held two warrants, owing allegiance to both at the same time. Lodges under one Grand Lodge not infrequently received visits from lodges under the other. At times, the ancients tried to warn those lodges suspected of holding dual warrants that unless they surrendered their moderns' warrants, the ancients would be cancelled. They also tried to induce modern lodges to transfer allegiance by offering them a new warrant at a reduced fee. The career of Thomas Dunkerley and his position of being in effect a superintendent of Masonry in a number of provinces at the same time suggests at the very least a realization by the moderns of the need to introduce some regularity outside of London. I'm going to give it a few minutes, going to wait to see who else joins and jumps in the chat to say hello. Then I'm going to keep talking about the ancients and the moderns and the rivalry within Freemasonry. Just to give my voice a chance to rest and see who else jumps on. 3 subs away from 3,110 subs. See if we can get up to there tonight. You're not wrong. Mario knows it's God. And there's so many different organizations, religions, philosophies, political, just groups in general of so many different types find themselves having these schisms. Knitting clubs, I bet you have gone through this in the past. Basically, you had one group that felt that the Grand Lodge or the governing body was ignoring or had given up on the ancient charges and thus, named them the moderns as a joke and created their own Grand Lodge and named themselves the ancients. Even though they were the newer group, they believed they were following the more ancient protocols of Freemasonry or more ancient ceremonies of Freemasonry. Having said that, even though they called themselves the ancients and argued they were more traditional, they were the ones who introduced Royal Arch or fought for Royal Arch to be more part of Freemasonry than the quote-unquote moderns. And also, they developed many innovations as well. We are not lying. We are not creating a new world order. That's not what Freemasonry is all about. I think that the world could benefit from Freemasonry if it was a little bit more relevant to the day-to-day lives of people, but that's not the same as trying to create a new world order, and nor are we organized politically, right? Freemasonry is not a global institution. It's jurisdictional. There are different jurisdictions in different areas. So just keep that in mind. Despite what they say on the Twitter. Despite what they say on the Twitter, we are not trying to create any type of new world order. I mean, define fairly new. 1813 is when it was properly. 1813 is when it was properly set up in its current form as part of a compromise between the ancients and the moderns. So it's newer than Freemasonry, certainly, than the first 3 degrees. But I don't know if I would call it that new. 1813. Is when the format was officially set. Is that a good thing? Cheese, was the doctor from the movie A Nightmare Before Christmas handsome? I've never, I know this is going to sound terrible. I'm very sorry. I don't think I've ever seen that movie. I know that makes me terrible. That makes me a terrible human being. I'm very sorry. What can I say? Um, is that Cheese your favorite movie? By the way, please hit the like and subscribe button. I would greatly, greatly appreciate it. We are on the way to 4,000 watch hours in the last 12 months and 10,000 lifetime watch hours as well. So that's pretty cool. I'm just giving my voice a break. I guess I'll keep going through this. So going back to the ancients and the moderns. Well, I don't like that phrase, Lion. I understand that a lot of Masons say it. They're not a secret society. We're a society with secrets. I don't like the word secret because, unfortunately, what I find is people have negative connotations associated with secret, right? So I prefer the term private. And just what it means is there are certain elements of being a Freemason that we choose to maintain the privacy of as a way to maintain the bonds of brotherhood. Bobby, Manny, talk to somebody if you're being bullied and you're scared for your safety or it's affecting your mental health. Beyond that, I know it sounds cliched, but it's true. Just try to find friends and try to find people who can support you. Bullies pick on people when they're alone. Beyond that, I don't know how old you are or the bullies you're dealing with. Talk to a teacher, talk to a professional, talk to someone who can help you out as well. Find some friends, find some people to be around, find things you enjoy and you like. That's my best advice for whatever it's worth. Within Freemasonry, there is no bullying. I will say that. The ancients were particularly anxious. There we go. The ancients were particularly anxious to maintain their links and position in relation to the Grand Lodges of Scotland and Ireland, ensuring that there was full communication with each of them. At one stage, the Grand Master of the Ancients wrote to his Grand Secretary, "It gives me pleasure to find that in all parts of the world, the ancient craft is regaining its ground over the moderns." There was considerable surface elements of animosity, each Grand Lodge refusing to acknowledge the other. Of course, there was. In 1755, soon after the formation of the Ancients' Grand Lodge, the moderns received a complaint against certain brethren for forming and assembling under the denomination of a lodge of ancient Masons, who, as such, considered themselves as independent of the society. They likewise tended to introduce into the craft the novelties and conceits of opinionative persons to create a belief that there have been other societies of Masons more ancient than that of this ancient and honorable society. In 1759, one Irish Mason in London petitioned the moderns for charity to be told by the Grand Secretary of that body, "You're being an ancient Mason, you are not entitled to our charity." Jesus. "The ancient Masons have a lodge at the Five Bells in the Strand. Our society is neither arch, royal arch, or ancient, so that you have no right to partake of our charity." Lion. It first came to Boston. I used to know this. Let me get the date, actually. Jonathan Belcher. He brought Freemasonry. Sorry. So he was the first American-born Mason. He was initiated around 1704. Henry Price established the first chartered Masonic lodge in 1733 under a deputation from England with Benjamin Franklin. So 1704. Obviously, it came to a port town. You could argue that Freemasonry is fascinating because it is the story of stone and water. Stone is obvious. Freemasonry is about working with stone. Water, because it traveled through and over the water to get to the New World and to leave England. It had to. England was an island, right? It had to travel by boat to spread around the world. So it's a story of stone and water, which is why in America, for example, and around the world, you first see Freemasonry expanding into ports and port towns like Hong Kong, Macau, Boston, Boston Aubrey, if you will, or Aubrey. In the 1760s, the moderns made an attempt to establish supremacy over the ancients by securing a charter of incorporation for Freemasons under their Grand Lodge. It was avowedly in order to annihilate the society who styled themselves ancient Freemasons. The attempt failed, but one consequence was a decision by the moderns to build a hall in London for use by Freemasons as a headquarters. Inevitably, this resulted in a need to raise a lot of money and to a series of grievances in the provinces. Another of the issues in this period relates to military lodges. Details are not clear. Military is one of the ways that Freemasonry expanded quite substantially around the world. If only because a large number of warrants issued by Scottish and Irish Grand Lodges. There were some 500 military warrants issued in all, but it would seem that between the ancients and the moderns, there were some 116 military warrants issued, and that the ancients warranted over 90 of them. One of the features was that they were particularly attractive to the lower ranks. So far, the account of these Grand Lodges and their differences had dealt with the affairs in England, and certainly there was no parallel in either Scotland or Ireland to these sets. Each of them had a single Grand Lodge, and although on occasions internal dissensions did emerge, even to the extent of individual lodges declaring their associations or independence, none of them did rival Grand Lodges show themselves as the most ferocious. This was particularly true of the American colonies. Freemasonry had spread rapidly there in the American colonies. Where is it? And the original London Grand Lodge had recognized a number of provincial Grand Masters in North America, as elsewhere. But the news of the split did not take long to reach America. Within 6 years of the creation of the ancients, the ancient Grand Lodges were already established in the colonies, and in 1759, the ancients had established a provincial Grand Lodge in Philadelphia. Some colonies had received warrants from one Grand Lodge, while other lodges in the same colony received warrants from the other Grand Lodge. So in America, you could have warrants from both the ancients and the moderns. Rivalry developed between the various lodges, and such rivalry was not healthy for the craft. Rivalry almost never is. They also echo themes found in Stoic philosophy. They also echo themes found in architecture. They also echo themes found in stone masonry. You need to be very careful about the kind of, I don't know what the word is, you need to be very careful about the extent to which Freemasonry is like anything else. It borrowed ideas and themes and symbols from a lot of different groups and organizations, philosophies, mysticism, right? So you need to be careful that you don't put too much emphasis on one particular area, because then you ignore the other ones. I mean, one area that Freemasonry borrowed a great deal from in terms of its symbolism is architecture. Hence, why I've got these, I don't know how I can see them. It's hard to see. Darn it, I can't get my, these are pillars. Ionic, Doric, and Corinthian pillars on this tattoo because Freemasonry borrowed the symbols of the pillars and architecture. Although by the end of the 18th century, there remained differences between the two Grand Lodges in England, in many cases a result of clash of personalities more than anything else. That's almost always the case. I will say in my experience, almost every fight within Freemasonry is a clash of personalities. They could be brought together by real threats to their existence. This is also something I've seen a million times. People argue, people fight until there's an external threat, and then they'll band together against that external threat. It's kind of like in Star Wars. Star Wars fans will fight amongst each other all the time as to like the best Star Wars, the worst Star Wars. They'll get in all these fights with each other. However, as soon as someone from outside the fandom, shits on Star Wars, then they all come together to argue with that guy. So that's the nature of the beast. We tend to be, human beings tend to be really good at banding together against external threats. And if there's no external threat, they tend to be really good at dividing amongst themselves. One of these resulted from the French Revolution, reactions to which in England and Ireland included a widespread fear of a number of alleged underground revolutionary movements. Organizations which might have originated as harmless groups often became transformed into movements threatening to overthrow established society. One of the most important of such movements, which certainly emerged in Britain during these years, was that of the United Irishmen, a united society of the Irish nation to make all Irishmen citizens and all citizens Irishmen, which was established in 1791. Its initial aims had been Catholic emancipation and radical parliamentary reform. But by 1796, it had become an avowedly Republican movement. There was the fear that the parallel society of United English might be established. And following a debate in the House of Commons, a number of parliamentary committees were appointed to examine secret evidence held by government and to report back on the nature of such a threat. The House of Commons Secret Committee reported on 15th March 1799. It declared that from the documents shown to it by the government, it found the clearest proofs of a systematic design long since adopted and acted upon by France in conjunction with domestic traders to overturn the laws, constitution, and government, and every existing establishment, civil or ecclesiastical, both in Great Britain and Ireland, as well as to dissolve the connection between the two kingdoms. Well, I don't know if we try to be good people. We try to be good citizens, right? We try to be good at what we're doing. The question as to whether we're good people or not, I think is a little bit more complicated than that. But again, Freemasonry is a civic society, and civic is concerned with the way people interact with each other in a community sense. So, well, again, I think, Clark, you're referring to something different than what I'm referring to. You seem to be mixing up the purpose of the two. A church or a religious ideology, the purpose of that is your eternal soul. It's the lake of fire. If you're worried about where your soul is going, you need to go to church. If you're concerned about how to exist in society, how to be a good citizen, Freemasonry may be the right option for you. Because you may think there's no such thing as a good person. That's fine. I understand that's a religious understanding. However, I would suspect you would still believe that there is such a thing as a good citizen. In the same way, there's such a thing as a good craftsman. Whether you're a good person or not doesn't mean you can't be good at building things, good at creating things. That's what Freemasonry focuses on. Not good or evil in terms of your soul, but rather how you interact here on the earth and what you're building here on earth, at least metaphorically. So the purpose of Freemasonry is not what you think it is. 6006, that is gross. Please hit the like and subscribe button. Let's give it a minute. Wait to see who else jumps in the chat to say hello. I am 3 subs away from 3,110 subs. So help a brother out. Okay, but again, Clark, what does this have to do with Freemasonry is the question, right? You're talking about sins. I would mean Freemasons would encourage you. You know, if you're a Freemason, you shouldn't be stealing because it reflects badly on the craft. But if you're looking for forgiveness for thefts that you've committed, Freemasonry is not the place to go. If you want to forgive your sins, you need to talk to a church. Do you know what the book Sefer, Mark, do you know what the book Sefer Yetzirah? I do not. I've never heard of that before. What is that book? Just going to wait to see what this book is all about. Mark, thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. Something like in the Book of Life with instructions on how to make. So I've never heard of that before. I mean, Freemasonry, again, it's not Jewish. It's not of any particular faith. There are many, faiths represented in Freemasonry, including, we have many Jewish Masons, Christian, Hindu, Sikh, etc., etc. I mean, I'm not sure if I would believe that. However, I know many Masons who do believe that. And again, Freemasonry is not a religion, right? You're discussing something very different from what Freemasonry is. When it comes to, for example, our ability to find true goodness in a religious sense, that's a question for religion. That's not a question for Freemasonry per se. Well, I mean, define self-improvement. So, Clark, for example, do you think it's possible to improve in, let's actually take Freemasonry at its roots, which was stone masonry. Do you think it's possible to improve in stone masonry, to learn how to become a better stonemason, how to better work with stone in the building of cathedrals, churches, temples? Do you think it's possible to learn how to be a better stonemason? Or to improve, or to teach someone how to be a better stonemason, or a carpenter, or any other skilled trade? I mean, Rosicrucianism is not Freemasonry, but it is very much connected to Freemasonry. A lot of Rosicrucians have been Freemasons. I'm actually a part of the Rose Croix in Scottish Rite. And so as a consequence of that, certainly I'm aware of the Rose Croix, Rosicrucian, and Freemasonry connections. Golden Dawn, I know very little about, so it's hard for me to say on that one. But I mean, anybody who can find a sense of peace, purpose, happiness through study of these things, I have nothing but respect for. So again, I'm going back to what, because Clark hasn't answered yet. Freemasonry teaches self-improvement. I mean, I think Freemasonry teaches improvement because it's progressive and it's based on guilds. The entire purpose of a guild was to teach improvement, right? To make you a better Mason. You started off as an apprentice, you then became a fellow craft, and eventually you become a master. The whole point was it's a constant improvement um, in the craft and in the skill of being a stonemason. Now, whether or not you think that that self-improvement can transfer onto one's soul, i.e., everybody can decide for themselves. Certainly, I think there is a moral quality to applying yourself to get better at something, whether it be to become a better stonemason, a better carpenter, a better football player, and in that same token, in a metaphorical or in a Masonic sense, a better citizen, a better father, a better member of the community, all of which Freemasonry encourages, right? No one would say, because you will never be good as compared to God, you should not try to therefore improve yourself in whatever ways you can as a citizen, as a community member. And that's what Freemasonry is concerned about. It's always been focused on improving the self, but not in a spiritual sense, in the same way a builder will always be concerned with becoming a better craftsman, learning how to be better at building, learning how to be better at, being a better stonemason, being a better carpenter, being a better craftsman, being a better journeyman, right? And I think, I take great pride not just in Freemasonry, but in the ways I try to learn to be a better citizen, to be a better neighbor. I don't reach perfect, I never will, but I try to get better. And I think Freemasonry teaches us that it is possible to try and get better. Now, again, that doesn't mean we're going to ever be perfect. There's only one person who was perfect historically, and that was Jesus. So I suppose, at least according to Christian faith, but that doesn't mean that we should not try to improve ourselves. And I think there's a biblical idea in that, the idea of it is possible to improve oneself. Um, Well, I mean, maybe that's true, maybe that's not, but so Freemasonry is about a specific set of skills, Clark Kent. So, for example, I think you would argue that there are probably people who are atheist or who don't believe in God or don't believe in Christianity, but are still good at things. So you could be an incredibly good musician and work every day to be a better musician, but not believe in God, right? Being a Freemason isn't about being good in the abstract or total sense. It's about being good at a specific thing. In this case, it's about being good at being a community member, being good at being part of a Masonic lodge. That's not to say that's good in a moral sense. That's good in a very practical, skilled way. Again, in the same way, you can be a good musician and not have faith in Christianity. You can be a good carpenter and not have faith. I mean, a set of skills and improvement upon those skills is not dependent on religious belief, right? That's kind of the point I'm making. You keep arguing that Freemasons are trying to be good in a moral sense. Sure, really, we're trying to be good at a specific set of civic skills and being good Freemasons. I would argue there is a connection between, I would say even if you're a musician and you're practicing every day to be a better musician, I would say that's a moral endeavor, even if you are not of the Christian faith. But it's not it doesn't deal with one's soul. It's a specific skill that you're getting better at. Freemasonry is no different. It's not, Freemasonry is a skill. It's about the skill of being a good community member, a good member of the society in which we're a part of. If you're worried about your soul and being good in a eternal sense, then you need to look to your personal religious beliefs, whatever they may be. Well, that is one definition, zero waste. I always say every Freemason needs to ultimately come up with his own definition, no matter what he's taught. For me, Freemasonry is about the belief that the world can be made better through the application of brotherly love, relief, and truth, through the consistent, through the consistent effort and consistent application of brotherly love, relief, and truth. Welcome, Will Ace Wallace. I'm a 3rd degree Mason as well, also 18th degree Scottish Rite. I've been a Freemason since 2007, which is crazy to think it's that long. Well, I mean, Freemasonry, again, is not a religion at all, right? That's the point. It's a separate thing. Religions are concerned with your salvation. Freemasonry is concerned with what you're doing here on earth and being better. There is a skill to being a Freemason. You can absolutely grow in it, be better at it, learn more about it. It can help you become a better father, a better community member, etc., etc. So I'm not saying that's true, Clark Kent, because it's not. However, even if it was, what would happen to Freemasonry if the 33rd degree did not exist? Let's say tomorrow the 33rd degree was removed from Freemasonry. Freemasonry would still exist. And honestly, for 99.999% of Freemasons, nothing within the Masonic journey would change if the 33rd degree ceased to exist. The 33rd degree is one degree in Freemasonry. It's not the base. The base of Freemasonry, upon which everything else rests, is the first 3 degrees. If you got rid of the first 3 degrees of Freemasonry, Freemasonry would cease to exist. If you got rid of the 33rd degree, Freemasonry would be different. I think it would be worse, because I know 33rd degree Masons and they're wonderful people. But ultimately, you should never rely on a single degree to speak for the whole of Freemasonry. That's one of the biggest mistakes anti-Masons make. It's kind of like if I were to say of religion, to take a single part of the Bible and say, this is the most important thing, and this applies to everything else. You need to take everything in context and understand there is no single degree or idea that's supreme over everything else, except for maybe the first 3 degrees, which again is the base upon which all of Freemasonry rests. We are not trying to take over the world, burp, burp. I've been a Freemason since 20 years. Mostly we debate what to have for dinner. There is a 3rd degree Mason somewhere in here. Will Ace Wallace. He can probably confirm we're not trying to take over the world. And by the way, I speak exclusively for myself. These are my opinions on Freemasonry. These are my thoughts, being a Mason for 20 years. I don't claim to speak for any other Freemasons. I know of Manly P. Hall. You need to be careful with Manly P. Hall. A lot of people forget that Manly P. Hall, he wrote his most famous book, The Secret Teachings of All Ages, well before he ever became a Freemason. So you need to keep that in mind. He's much like Albert Pike, grossly over represented by especially non-Masons. David Thompson, I have no idea what your grandfather-in-law meant by that. I don't think anybody can dirty up God. I think that the supreme being, however it is that you understand that supreme being, and everybody understands it in different ways. Every Mason, I should say, understands it in different ways. I don't think it can be dirtied. I think the whole point of God is that it cannot be dirtied, but actually, it's maybe the one pure thing that exists. Whether you come to that faith through Judaism, Islam, Christianity, whether it be Catholic, Protestant, Hindu, Sikh, whatever it might be. Kira, no comment. Hit the like and subscribe button before you do anything. How about that? Okay. But what if we in Freemasonry are not teaching anybody about how they can be acceptable to God? What if we in Freemasonry are teaching you how to become a better citizen and civic member? And if that's the case, I certainly think that's possible. It's no different than somebody teaching you how to become a better guitar player, right? You can teach somebody how to become a better guitar player without also implying that becoming a better guitar player brings you closer to God. It's not about the relationship you have spiritually. That's between you and your spiritual leadership, right? This is just about a particular set of skills, Masonic skills. And you have to go to church per se, but my point is more, it's about recognizing and understanding that, if you go to a music school and say, I want to learn how to play guitar, and they teach you how to play guitar, and then you respond with, you're teaching me to get to heaven through my own good works. It's like, no, they're teaching you how to play guitar. It's a very different thing. You seem to think that we in Freemasonry are trying to promise people salvation. We're not. At no point in my Masonic career has anybody ever told me or promised me that attending a Masonic lodge would, result in my salvation, nor that failing to get to a Masonic lodge would result in my damnation. I've known some who, through attendance at lodge, it reminds them of their faith, and they start to either attend church more regularly or grow deeper in their faith, however it is they do so. But I think you are assuming that Masons are teaching something they're not. At no point did anybody tell me that being a Freemason would get me closer to God or would result in my salvation. All right. Sorry, Clark Kent. I just don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. I still appreciate you being here, and it's still great to have you join. But it's clear to me, it seems to me that if anything, you're not quite getting what I'm saying. This isn't a channel about religion. This is about Freemasonry, which are different things. I'm not sure what Mason by design means. Having said that, though, thank you so much for being here. I hope you're doing well. Please take a moment to hit the like and subscribe button. Okay. That's awesome. I don't know. I mean, define prominent, like prominent in his day-to-day life, prominent in Masonry, like was he like a Grand Master, whatever it might be? In what ways was he prominent? I mean, I've never really heard of that. I think you said that before. I've never heard of a quote unquote Mason county. I mean, there have been, the first mayor may have been a Freemason, but the idea of Freemasons kind of founding a county, I don't know what that means. I've never heard of that before. Even that, I mean, it's wonderful to hear if that's true, but I've never heard of lodges being everywhere. Um, like, Especially, they're probably not legitimate lodges. There are some that are probably clandestine. I'd be very hesitant as to believing that if there are in fact lodges everywhere, that means that they're all legitimate Masonic lodges. I mean, I could put a sign on my front door that says Cameron's Masonic Lodge. That doesn't mean it's a Masonic lodge just because I call it that. Truth, I ain't going nowhere. I'm hanging out here. It the only thing you're correct about is when you say your, as in it is mine. These are my opinions, these are my thoughts, these are my beliefs. But Freemasonry is not the Illuminati. They're different organizations and they're different groups. The Illuminati really doesn't exist anymore, to be honest. And while I might get some stuff wrong, everything I say is come to legitimately or honestly. I mean, I think everybody likes to be looked at as a good person or likes to be looked at as trying to be good. I, as a general rule, try not to worry about how people view me. I find that's usually kind of a losing game, if that makes sense. It's usually not helpful to be really concerned with what other people think of you, at least in my experience. But I don't know. That's my experience for whatever it's worth. I guess that'd be my piece of advice. Maybe if you're worried about what other people are thinking of you or how other people look at you, it's at least I think it can oftentimes be a very exhausting way to live. Just my opinion. You can take that for whatever it's worth. But I mean, in my experience, I don't really ask most Freemasons how they want others to view them, but I don't think I've ever heard any Freemasons tell me that they hope people look at them as good. Council of Kadesh. Welcome, Viking Fitness 384. How is it going for you? I think you've been on here before, right? If not, good to see you. I mean, I'm 18th degree Scottish, right? I mean, technically, I think Council of Kadesh is northern jurisdiction, if I recall correctly. Here in Canada, it goes Rose Quad to Consistory. But still, good to have you. Thank you for being here. 35. So we're going to 35. We're going even past 33rd, huh? It seems to erase the meaning if you try to be good to look good in the eyes of others. Well, I mean, do you want to look good or do you want to be good? Like, I don't know. I mean, I just think it's kind of a losing game to worry about how others view you, at least too much. Now, if you're trying to accomplish something, then you probably have to worry at least a little bit about how you're perceived. For example, if I live in a condo, I live in an apartment complex. If I don't care at all how my neighbors view me, and I'm just, not thinking about how they look at me, then they might not like me, and it's not going to be any fun to live in a building in which my neighbors dislike me. Having said that, I do also believe it's easy to become way too interested in how others view you and not focus enough on just doing good works for their own sakes. Worldly brotherhood. Well, I mean, do you have friends, Clark Kent? I mean, I don't know what that means, worldly brotherhood. You must have people you consider brothers, friends. If you're just completely on your own, I don't know if that's healthy. I mean, if I recall correctly, the Bible says something to the extent of, if one does 10, two can do 50. Teamwork, teammates, that seems, if that is considered idolatry, that seems insane to me. Because what is friendship if not a type of brotherhood? What is being on a team sport? What is a union if not a type of brotherhood? That seems pretty insane. Not insane. That seems pretty crazy to me. Um, well, Wreck-It Ralph Cousin is a very handsome person, Poco Loco. Please hit like and subscribe. I am on a public forum selling nothing except myself and my own views. Um, and again, I get things wrong. That's very possible, but I'm not interested in telling lies, demonic or otherwise. Poco, I hope you'll hit the like button and the subscribe button. I am almost at 3,110 subs, which would be incredible. I'm 3 away. I do not know what the scuff aesthetic is. I wish I could help you with that. I mean, Masons don't serve many gods. Freemasonry is not a religion, so we don't serve any gods. That's not what Freemasonry is about. It's not a religious enterprise. It's a civic group or a civic organization. I have not watched Twin Peaks. I've seen a million clips of it because I'm a huge David Lynch fan. I know it's funny to say a huge David Lynch fan and having never seen any Twin Peaks. But I love Mulholland Drive. Mulholland Drive is one of my favorite movies. It's in my top 10 for sure. I also really like Lost Highway. And I enjoyed Inland Empire quite a bit as well. So yeah, sorry, Zero Waste. I saw above, again, when you say famous Mason, like famous in what ways? I don't know the reference to what you're referring. I am not AI. I exist. I'm a human being. At least I think I exist. I suppose it's possible for an AI to be programmed in such a way that it believes itself to be human when it's not. A lot of great science fiction movies have been written based on that idea, but that's for a whole other day and a whole other can of tuna. Well, we don't just have Bibles in the lodge, and also you got to be careful because there is no the lodge. There are many lodges. There are Bibles, there are Qurans, there are Torahs. So here's the question, Truth. Have you ever, and you have to answer if you're not comfortable. Jenna, don't do that. Have you ever been to court and had to testify in court, had to answer questions? Because if you have been, you would know that they will ask you to take an obligation and to swear. Now, very often they will have a Bible and you can swear on the Bible to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They may use a different book depending on your faith. I've been to other jobs actually where I had to swear on a Bible. You would not call court religion or religious. Rather, the reason that you have a volume of the sacred law is because the theory has always been if you are, for example, a Christian and you take an obligation in court on a Bible to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, you're more likely to follow your oath because by taking it on the Bible, it pricks your conscience in some way or reminds your conscience. So Freemasonry is no different. We rely on, if it's been that way for thousands of years in courts around the world, we can, it's good enough for court, it's good enough for us. But you never call court religion. Oath or affirmation, exactly. Well, Jenna, I do not, but I do support people hitting the like button and hitting the subscribe button. So please do so. I mean, then it would be tougher to attend court, especially throughout history. I think now in 2025, you're actually allowed to affirm and not use a Bible. But I think through most of history, if you went to court and you're going to testify, you had to swear that you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And you had to swear that you would do so on a Bible. would you rather fight a gorilla-sized toddler or 10 toddler-sized gorillas? Liam, if you're being held hostage, you need to not be on this stream, but however it is you're contacting me, contact the police. Colo Rocco. A gorilla-sized toddler or 10 toddler-sized gorillas, I think. Well, fair enough, but I would say, to my knowledge, most Christians seemed to have no issues going to court and taking their obligations to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So I don't know what to tell you, but even under these circumstances, I don't think you would consider going to going to court and testifying to mean the court is religious or a religion. Even the fact that courts nowadays in some states have the 10 Commandments, I still don't think you would consider court to be a religion in the same way going to church is religious. Humans are a bit like AI. That's interesting, Rube Kalias. Actually, one of my favorite TV shows, Westworld, actually came up with a very similar idea as well. They basically said that human beings are not that different from robots and machines. It does, but that doesn't mean currency is religious either. Liam, I don't think AI is controlling your brain. Maybe it feels that way. You need to find somebody to talk to. Somebody, professional would be my recommendation and my advice. I was talking about the moderns and the ancients. We just got to the point where the government of England created the Unlawful Societies Act with the purpose of basically outlawing or attacking Freemasonry, as a consequence of which the ancients and the moderns, which had been feuding, came together. As is always the case, groups are really good at infighting until there's an external threat, and then they tend to band together. It's a great show. First 2 seasons were incredible. The 3rd and 4th season, not as big a fan, but that doesn't mean it's still not a great show overall, to its credit. One major difficulty that emerged with the passage of the Unlawful Societies Act was the position of Freemasons. The provisions of the bill against the use of secret oaths in societies potentially placed Freemasons in a difficult position. Actually, by the way, Rukalas, I wrote about Westworld and Freemasonry on my Medium page, so maybe go check it out if you can. The Grand Lodges were also uneasily aware that they did not have a comprehensive register of members of the sort required by the bill, and that compilation and distribution of such a register would have been an enormous undertaking. The 2 English Grand Lodges, and the Ancient and Modern, and the Scottish Grand Lodge had quickly to take action to try and deal with these problems before the bill got to committee. The Irish Grand Lodge was not affected by projected British legislation since Ireland had its own parliament and its own legal machinery. On 30th of April, the day on which the bill received its second reading, Pitt received a request for a meeting with Masonic representatives, and a delegation went to Downing Street on 2nd of May. The Masonic representatives included Lord Moira, Acting Grand Master of the Grand Lodge of England, the Duke of Atholl, Grand Master of the Ancients Grand Lodge, and past Grand Master of Scotland, as well as other Grand Officers. Nolan Johnson, you should hit the like and subscribe button. Riggs, it's going very well. I hope you're doing well also. Do you follow me on Medium, Rukalas? Do you know where to find it? What I would do is I would type into Google Square and Compass Medium I Am in a Dream. The The most important official record of this meeting is a note in the minute book of the Hall Committee of the Moderns Grand Lodge, reporting that the Prime Minister had expressed his good opinion of the society and said he was willing to recommend any clause to prevent the new act from affecting the society, provided that the name of the society could be prevented from being made use of as a cover by evilly disposed persons for seditious purposes. Some things never change. I don't actually know if I have medium on there. That's a really good point, though. Do I? Let me double check that. Hold on just 1 second. Oh, perfect. Well, then there you go. The story is called, well, there's a couple. By the way, follow me on Medium. The Medium story is called, there's a couple. Let me see if I can get them both quickly before I go on. Symbols of Awakening and the Inner Search is one. And let me see if I can find the other one. I Am in a Dream is the other one. So check them both out. Follow me on Medium. You can become a Medium member completely for free, just for the record. So keep that in mind. It was the Grand Lodge of the Ancients who took these concerns. Not a big fan of the phrase, my own people. Freemasonry is very complicated. It's not like every Freemason believes the same thing or has the same understandings. I've heard of that. Tom McKenney is a quack. So, just for the record. I have pledged myself to His Majesty's ministers that should any set of men attempt to meet as a lodge without sanction, the Grand Master or acting Grand Master, whomsoever he might be, would apprise Parliament. Pitt himself reported to the House of Commons that the Freemasons were very ready to acquiesce in any security the legislature would require from them for the tranquility of the state. It was the Grand Lodge of the Ancients who took these concerns more seriously, perhaps because of their greater strength in the northwestern industrial towns, where the various united groups were strongest, and because of their close connection with Irish Freemasonry. Immediately after meeting with Pitt, the grand officers of the Ancients met at the Crown and Anchor Tavern in the Strand. They agreed to recommend 2 emergency measures. I would say quack, not whack. It was also agreed that when the usual Masonic business is ended, the lodge shall then disperse, the tiler withdraw from the door, and formality and restraint of admittance shall cease. These 2 measures were formally approved on May 6th at the Grand Lodge emergency, at which the Duke of Atholl himself was in the chair. The actions of the Ancients and the assurances given to Pitt convinced him that the Grand Lodges were determined to ensure that Freemasonry could not be used as a front for radical activity, and at the committee stage of the bill, Pitt himself accordingly introduced amendments to exempt them from the act. He proposed was essentially a system of self-regulation operated by the Grand Lodges. The relevant clause reads as follows. Nothing in this act contained shall extend or be construed to extend to prevent the meetings of the lodge or society of persons which is now held at Freemasons Hall in Great Queen Street in the country of Middlesex, and usually denominated the Grand Lodge of Freemasons of England. I was just there. It's beautiful. If you get the chance to visit, please do. And usually denominated the Grand Lodge of Freemasons of England, or the Lodge or Society of Persons, usually denominated the Grand Lodge of Masons of England, according to the old institution, or the Lodge or Society of Persons, which is now held at Edinburgh, and usually denominated the Grand Lodge of Freemasons of Scotland, or the meetings of any subordinate lodge of persons, usually calling themselves Freemasons, and holding whereof shall be sanctioned or approved by any one of the above. Never heard of Stephen Knight, so I can't speak to him. The amendment envisaged system. It is. I wish I could have visited it when I was there. I was in Edinburgh at the Grand Lodge of Scotland about a month and a half ago. I wish I had the chance to visit it, but other than the Grand Lodge, I didn't get to visit Raw's Chapel or the oldest Masonic lodge. It would have been really cool, though. Sorry, the amendment envisaged a system whereby the Grand Secretaries would each year deposit with the clerks of the peace a certificate containing details of the time and place of meeting of all approved lodges in the country, together with a declaration that the lodges were approved by the Grand Master. All lodges were to keep a book in which each member was to declare on joining that he is well affected by the constitution and government of this realm, by king, lords, and commons, as by law established. This book was to be kept open for the inspection by local magistrates, etc., etc. One odd side effect of the hasty way in which the amendment had been passed was that only lodges which existed before July 12, 1799 were protected by the legislation. So I did 5 hours. Yeah, that book is nonsense as well. So I did 5 hours, then I took a 2-hour break. Now I'm back. I'm going to be going for about another hour or so, hour and a half, and then taking another 2-hour break, then coming back on. What I tend to do, normally I do a 24-hour live stream and I go for a full 24. I'm doing it a little bit differently this time, doing, kind of 5 hours followed by a break, followed by another 5 hours type of thing. Those two are, anyways, I can tell you that. Char, thank you. I know I have an interesting face. Please hit the like button and please hit the subscribe button. I would greatly, greatly appreciate it. How is it going for you? Right. One of the biggest mistakes that I can't speak to the middle book, but the other two you make. One of the biggest mistakes that those two books make is they both talk about Freemasonry as in like the Freemasonry, which is not the case. I can speak for Freemasonry within my jurisdiction. I can speak for the Freemasonry I've seen, but there is no standardized set of rituals or beliefs amongst Freemasons. All Freemasons have different jurisdictions with different rituals, different rites, different ceremonies. There is no such thing as quote unquote the Freemasonry, right? That would be like saying, what are the beliefs of Americans? Well, or what are the laws under which Americans operate? Well, what level? The state level, the municipal level? The laws that someone must comply with in Texas is different than the laws in New York, for example. And they played it fast and loose with this idea of there being a single Freemasonry, which there's not. It's not the same everywhere. It's not the same state by state. You can drive 3 hours in America and find completely different ritual, completely different ideas, completely different jurisdictions. I am Canadian. I was born in Winnipeg, live in Windsor. Well, Char, I'm sorry that all your homies hate Freemasons. I hope that your homies may reconsider. Send them my stream. Let them watch me. Maybe they'll get a different view of Freemasonry by watching me. Who knows? Who knows? I can't promise anything, but I like to think I'm a you know, enjoyable fella to hang out with and chat with and talk about Freemasonry with. Um, at least that is what I like to think. Well, that is cool, Soviet Union. Good to know you're being hygienic. I appreciate that. Well, there you go. I guess, my 20 some years or almost 20 years in Freemasonry, I never saw the truth. What are you going to do? It is. I want to get somebody on my podcast to talk about it because it's really cool how much Masonic symbolism made its way into the Winnipeg Legislative Building. It's fascinating. So there are different types. Freemasonry is not the same everywhere. Um, Simple terms, call them York Rite Masons, though really that's not accurate. I mean, at the time, they were some were chartered out of the ancients, some were chartered out of the moderns. The simple answer is yes, approximately. So 9 to 11 of the founding fathers were Freemasons. 13 of the signers of the Constitution were Freemasons, and 9 to 11 of the signers of the Declaration of Independence were Freemasons. Obviously, perhaps the most famous was George Washington, but also Paul Revere, John Hancock, Ben Franklin. I can't think of the others off the top of my head, but those are kind of the most famous ones. Maybe truth, but I'm more worried about how best I can be a good citizen and a good man down here on earth. Beyond that, I will leave that up to my religious understandings and my personal belief in a supreme being. Um, and hey, if repent and the Almighty Yahshua works for you, then that's awesome. Good for you. I will never revile anyone's religion or anyone's religious beliefs, nor should anybody for that matter, especially not if you're a Freemason. We should be respectful of people's religious beliefs. I've never been to the International Peace Garden, but I know that actually Freemasons have done some special events, public events to my knowledge, at the Peace Gardens, a joint event between Canadian and American Masons from Minnesota and Manitoba, if I recall correctly. I am a Freemason, Carlos. I'm a Freemason, been one since 2007. So. So the simple answer that most people would give, Char, is brotherly love, relief, and truth being the core Masonic teachings, or at least core Masonic philosophies. I think it's a little bit more complicated than that. I think we in Freemasonry, all of us, need to derive our own teachings from Freemasonry. For me, the core teaching of Freemasonry is the belief that the world can be made better through the application of brotherly love, relief, and truth. Or at least it's worth believing that the world can be made better by the application of brotherly love, relief, and truth. Char, what sounds the term brotherly love? Brotherly love is actually something we could use more of in 2025, that's for sure. I don't really know a ton about observant masonry. I'm not observant mason myself. I guess I've never really known exactly the um, observant means different things, but if I want to take the general expression, no. Freemason, I'm not observant, quote unquote, mason. Well, we're not part of a cult. And honestly, Freemasonry, this whole definition, well, there you go. This whole definition of like, if anybody's visiting you and they're thugs, you should call the police. Like, what makes something interesting or not interesting, right? It's kind of like saying, my favorite song, the song I love more than anything else, is Simple Man by Leonard Skinner. That's my favorite song. 30 people can listen to that song. Some people can love it, some people will hate it, some people will think it's okay. It's not just that I love the song, I find it interesting. I mean, but the song itself is not particularly special. It's a personal thing. Freemasonry is not special. What's special is the relationship between the individual Masons and the lodge. And it's that relationship. For some reason, Freemasonry is something I find interesting. Not everybody will, and that's perfectly fine. I mean, it's a social club, it's a civic group, it's a civic organization. So it's like any other group, right? What they do ultimately is it's a really formalized version of a guy's night out. Um, in the same way, guys will get together, hang out, enjoy each other's company, go for dinner, whatever it is. Freemasonry does a lot of the same things, has a lot of the same ideas. It's just a more formal structure to it. Certainly, there's philosophical ideas within Freemasonry and within the rituals of Freemasonry. Um, I'm not desperate to get people to join. If people want to join Freemasonry, great, but that's up to them. I'm desperate to talk about Freemasonry because I love talking about Freemasonry. But it's about me. It's kind of like if I went on stream and talked about my favorite song. I'm talking about it not because I'm concerned with what other people think or if other people like this song. I like the song, so I want to talk about it. I don't know. Why do people want to formally hang out with anybody? It's in our nature, right? Since we're in the playground and created a clubhouse, and invited our friends to be part of it. It's our nature to want to be part of groups, to want to be, part of something bigger than ourselves. Nice. Enjoy Greenland, Soviet Union. Well, it's a fraternity. I mean, fraternities have existed that way forever. There's, in the same way you have women's exclusive gyms or ladies' nights, sometimes men and women like to, have guys' night out, girls' night out, whatever it might be. It's in our nature. Um, well, you're not getting under my skin, but I do find you kind of amusing, Truth, for whatever it's worth. Um, but hey, if you want to stay on the stream, you're more than welcome. Well, so the Illuminati, Carlos, it's a really interesting kind of idea. The Illuminati was founded in 1777 by a gentleman by the name of Adam Weishaupt, the Bavarian Illuminati. It was actually started as almost an anti-Masonic group, which is really fascinating. He started it because he found Freemasonry to be A, too expensive, and B, not esoteric enough. And he decided he was going to start his own group to kind of, in the same way the Ancients and the Moderns in some ways, to be the true Freemasonry. He was kind of a loon. It didn't last long compared to Freemasonry. Really, the Illuminati doesn't exist anymore in any meaningful way. Well, thank you, Mischievous. You should hit the like and subscribe button. They can be discussed. I think they need to be discussed more. I think Freemasonry provides a medium, it provides the ability to discuss those things if Masons want to take advantage of it. Because Freemasonry, when developing its rituals and its symbolism, borrowed from a variety of sources, including Egyptian mysticism and philosophy. Well, it's not that Masons don't have philosophies. Masons have a lot of different philosophies, but every Mason will decide for himself how he wishes to have a relationship with Masonic philosophies, Masonic rituals, Masonic ceremonies, right? Because Freemasonry, when developing its rituals, and the purpose of these rituals was to create bonds of brotherhood through shared experiences, it was borrowing ideas and symbols from Christianity, from Judaism, from Islam. It also borrowed a ton of symbols from architecture. Primarily, it borrowed its symbols from stonemasonry, Stoic philosophy. It kind of put these different things, and different authors kind of put these things together in various ways to develop rituals and ceremonies. And again, it wasn't even so much the rituals themselves were important. What mattered is every jurisdiction created a consistent set of rituals that we could all, which every Mason could go through in that jurisdiction, thereby creating a bond of brotherhood. So they do teach important lessons, but the beautiful thing about Freemasonry, like genuinely, one of the most beautiful things about Freemasonry is I've never seen two Freemasons take exactly the same lesson from a Masonic ceremony or ritual, even though they go through the same one. So in Ontario, every Mason goes through a regular ceremony. It's the same through Ontario. It changes when you get to Michigan or Manitoba, but in Ontario, every Mason goes through the same ritual. Yet when I would start to do this thing where I would ask Masons after they went through the ritual, I would say to them, what did you take from that? What did you find interesting? What stuck out to you? And I would never get the same answer twice. Even though they heard the same thing, they always took a different idea, something different spoke to them. And that's the beautiful thing about Freemasonry. It's a shared experience, but a personal interpretation. There's definitely no core religious aspect. Again, it's a shared experience, but a personal interpretation. And that's no different than a book, Char. I mean, I don't know what your favorite book is. My favorite book is Don Quixote, but my second favorite book is The Long Walk by Stephen King, which was turned into a movie that was released this year in September. I loved that movie. The fascinating thing is I've read The Long Walk dozens of times, and when the movie came out, I started looking at YouTube videos of other people who read the book. Even though we all read the same book, everybody had their own interpretations of the book and what it meant. Now, the beautiful thing about that, so in a religion, you have a book, everybody reads it. However, you then have one person, a priest, a rabbi, an imam, who tells you the correct way to interpret it. So, unlike The Long Walk, unlike Don Quixote, there's a correct and an incorrect interpretation of the Bible as understood by the religion and the priest who tells you. Freemasonry is not a religion, so we have common ritual, but everybody is free to interpret it as they so choose and as they please. And the bonding does not come from a shared interpretation, it comes from the shared experience. So let me know if that made sense, Char. Nathan, hello. How are you? I'm doing well. Thank you for being here. Don't forget to hit that like, brother, and consider doing a super chat. Presidents, Prime Minister, I mean, there have been probably at a minimum 15, maybe 16 presidents of the United States who've been Freemasons. Probably, I forget the number, I used to know it. I think 7 Canadian prime ministers who were Freemasons, the most recent being Diefenbaker, who actually visited my Masonic lodge. Royal family, King George was a Freemason. The father of Charles was a Freemason. So, yeah, they have been around, but there's also been a lot of plumbers who've been Freemasons. There's also been a lot of janitors. There's been a lot of cab drivers, a lot of lawyers, and everything in between. Zero waste. Thank you. I'm glad you liked my explanation. Voidness. Hello from Brazil. I miss Brazil so much. What a beautiful place Brazil was, by the way. Absolutely. I was in Rio de Janeiro. Beautiful. Oops. Chart. Okay. 67. I'm just going to call you that. Going with the outcast. Please hit like and subscribe. We are 3 subscribers away from 3,110 subs. This has been a wonderful stream. We are also well on track for 10,000 lifetime watch hours and 4,000 watch hours over the last 12 months, which is going to be pretty incredible. I think I might get there before the new year. I was talking about the difference between the ancients and the moderns, but I mean, I don't want to say sidetracked because the beautiful thing about this stream is talking to people, but we definitely switch topics. But we're back and we got some hearts. I think that might be Smokey the Clown. How is it going, Smokey? I'm guessing you might have just got off work. So how's it going? How is work? By the way, we just started talking about external pressures on Freemasonry in England. These external... Well, I mean, the rituals did have initial intentions, but they were kind of, I mean, based on whoever was writing them. So like in the second degree, a lot of intention was to encourage people to be lifelong learners and to, study the liberal arts and sciences. There's some metaphors around the idea of like the first degree is about, represents birth. The second degree represents middle age. The third degree represents death and how to approach these ideas or old age. But, at its core, whatever people say, really, it was about, like, because even when they did it, they recognized, like, okay, if we want to create bonds of brotherhood to strengthen the craft, people need to be going through consistent experiences. Now, we don't want to just not care about the experiences at all. We want to try to at least create meaningful ones. But having the consistent experience is the most important thing. It's more important than the meaning behind it. And I do think when they were developing these rituals, certainly in the third degree, there was an understanding that people are going to take and interpret things a certain way, and just an acceptance of that. But at least if everybody goes through the same experience, that's a bond that they can develop, and then they can talk and discuss and figure out kind of what it means to them. But, there was kind of general lessons. Like I said, the second degree, the real emphasis on that was education, lifelong education and lifelong learning. So, oh my gosh, 200 orders of pizza. You are crushing it. But the rituals were made to convey a meaning. But more so than that, they were made to create the bonds of brotherhood. Again, just like a book. Certainly when Stephen King wrote The Long Walk many years ago, he had in his mind his own interpretation and his own understanding and his own meaning. But that doesn't stop the reader, dear reader or constant reader, from developing his or her own interpretations as well. But the biggest thing to recognize is it's not a core religious tenet. Because again, unlike a religious text where there is an approved interpretation given to you by the priest, the imam, the rabbi, Freemasonry doesn't have that. Well, Burning, I am not a fan of Donald Trump. First of all, he's not a king, he's a president. So let's keep that in mind. Second of all, not a fan myself, but that's me personally. I know I can't speak for everybody, and including there are many Freemasons who love Donald Trump and many Freemasons who are not a big fan of his either. So the external pressures upon Freemasonry were now, however, combined with a number of internal pressures to lead to the beginnings of moves to bring the two grand lodges closer together, even at what might have appeared a time of great animosity. There had been some contrary indications. I have never been a bricklayer. I can't do any manual labor. A, I'm lazy. B, I have no skills or abilities. Believe me, you do not want me to lay any bricks. Whatever it is I'm trying to build is going to fall apart. We're going to give it a bit more time, see who else joins. However, as we noted, the key thing here is basically you had two grand lodges in England, the Ancients and the Moderns, each with their own interpretation of what Freemasonry should be, including the rituals. Disagreements existed amongst things like the use of or the placement of the York Rite within Freemasonry. However, external pressures from the government combined with internal pressures encourage them to look at rejoining with each other and forming what would eventually in 1813 become the United Grand Lodge of England, UGLE. But whenever you hear debates around whether something is ancient free and accepted or free and accepted Masonry, it dates back to that schism. And welcome. Thank you for being here. Please take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We got 12 people watching. Thank you so much. It's been a great second stream. Gamer Boy, how's it going? Thank you for being here. How is your day treating you? Um, 10 toddler-sized gorillas. I mean, I'm assuming. Well, I don't know. I mean, would the gorilla-sized toddler want to fight me? That's the bigger question. Tell you what, if you do a super chat, I'll answer your question. Give me a 99-cent super chat. And consider following me on my other channels as well. I'm also on Instagram, Facebook, Medium, all that jazz. Helps out big time. And we're just going to give it a bit more time, wait to see who joins. I mean, Freemasons have definitely declined in power over time. I don't know if I'd use the term power. Relevance might be a better term. Influence. I mean, Freemasonry was never dedicated or interested in getting power per se, but certainly it's declined in relevance. Thank you, Smokey. That's incredibly kind of you. And the reason for that decline is complicated, but a good place to start is to look at Bowling Alone. So Bowling Alone is a book by Robert Putnam. It was written in the it was written in 1991, and it was about the decline of civic engagement across communities, whether it be declining membership in the Elks, the Moose, the Freemasons, the Oddfellows, whatever it might be. And there's lots of different reasons as to why that took place. But really, the decline in the relevance of Freemasonry relates to the decline in the relevance of civic organizations in general. Well, Felipe, I want you to hit the like and subscribe button. Mr. Stretch, you're on your own. I don't think so, Carlos. I mean, I've never met a satanic Freemason. I don't know if you would call Satanism a religion or not, but I've never met a satanic Freemason. I did once have a Satanist call me and express an interest in joining Freemasonry. However, when I talked to him about what Freemasonry was and how it operates and kind of what some of the philosophical ideas or understandings of as it relates to Freemasonry, he ended up saying he would not want to join because Freemasonry, he said, was not compatible with his faith. So I guess there's that. I've never, beyond that, I mean, what you need to believe is you need to believe in a supreme being. Now, you also need to be, following the laws of the country in which you live. So, for example, let's say you were to, I don't know any religions that require this, but let's say, for example, you were to say that you're part of a religion that requires you to sacrifice humans once a month, or just to sacrifice humans at any point in time, you're not going to be able to join Freemasonry because you're committing a crime. But as a general rule, Carlos, we in Freemasonry are taught and encouraged, and I truly believe this, that we are not to be a slanderer or a reviler of any of any religions, because Jewish people are wonderful people. I consider, I've known many Jewish people throughout my life. Actually, I had a great roommate in law school who was Jewish. He was a great dude. And they are welcome to be part of Freemasonry. Glock. Same thing with Muslims, Christians, whether it be Catholic or Protestant, Hindu, Sikh. I've known Wiccan Freemasons, Wiccan, indigenous individuals, right? Whatever faith it is you have, and however it is you come to that faith or that religion, it's not my place to judge. I don't know what Agartha is, but it sounds not. I mean, so as a general rule, Carlos, you could say no, because you need to believe in a supreme being. However, the idea of what is an atheist, like within Freemasonry, atheism, or like within Freemasonry, the term supreme being can be so broadly defined. I've known people who have very, let's say, like incredibly like if you were to ask, let's say, a traditional Christian, like even for me, so I'm trying to think of how to put this. You look at me, I believe in a supreme being, My supreme being is the rational nature of the universe as understood through mathematics and geometry. If you were to ask a Christian about my beliefs, they might say I'm an atheist. I wouldn't call myself an atheist, but they might say it. So my point is, how one views supreme being is within Freemasonry so broadly defined that you might, or what I always tell people is if they're interested in being a Freemason, but they say they're an atheist, I always encourage them to still talk to a Masonic lodge and don't just use the term atheist, actually express what they believe. I will say also, though, there is the liberal orders of Freemasonry, which exist, for example, in the Philippines. It exists in Colombia, Brazil, and they do allow atheists. But it's a different recognition. It's a different order of Freemasonry. Get yourself to sleep, Smokey. Get yourself to sleep. But thank you so much for being here. I truly appreciate it. I do not know what that is. Oh, I get what that is. Freemasonry is not a political organization. So we have Democrats and Republicans and everything in between, and liberals and conservatives. Well, maybe I am, Tony. Maybe I'm not. Does it make a difference? So, Char, the reason for a belief in a supreme being, there's two reasons. First, it's tradition, and Freemasons are big on tradition. It's a way to bind ourselves to the past generations of Freemasons. And again, it's not important simply that we develop bonds of brotherhood with the Masons that are current in our time. We also want to have those bonds with the Masons who came before us. Like, for example, my grandfather passed away before I was born, so I never got to meet him. However, being a Freemason, as he was, makes me feel closer to him. Now, if Freemasonry wasn't traditional and had changed, significantly from his time to my time, I might not have the same feeling of being connected to him. The other reason that we require belief in a supreme being has to go to the obligation. In Freemasonry, there are obligations you take. Again, they're traditional. And it's the tradition that matters. And it's the bonding of everybody taking the same obligation that matters. But you take the obligation really not to your brothers, but to your own conscience. It's about your conscience, and you take obligation. One of my favorite quotes is from Yellowstone. You don't owe anybody anything except yourself. Even if I, owe you $5, let's say. I borrow $5 from you and I tell you I will pay it back. Ultimately, I don't owe you that $5. I owe it to myself to keep my word and give you that $5. It's a way to keep my word to myself as much as to anybody else. So there's obligations in Freemasonry that you take. The theory is, in the same way, if you're in court, you swear to tell the truth on a Bible, because if you're a Christian and you believe in a supreme being, and you believe in the Christian God, by taking the obligation on the Bible, you are more likely to, it's more likely to speak to your conscience, and you're less likely to break your word because you swore to your God, to your supreme being. In Freemasonry, because we have obligations, you take them to yourself and to your own conscience as understood based on your supreme being. Technically atheists could affirm, right, in a court, but for years and years they couldn't. I guess the point would be there needs to be some type of being or understanding that when you're taking an obligation, it touches your consciousness, it touches your soul. Again, I suspect most Christians would consider me an atheist, but Freemasons don't, because we define supreme being to be pretty open to most people. And Freemasons do not worship Satan because Freemasons are not a religion and we do not worship any single entity. Every Mason decides for himself. I've never met a satanic Freemason, so you take that for whatever it's worth. The other thing is, it's not about like we don't. Freemasonry naturally derives certain ethics. Part of that was through the teaching. So, for example, when they were developing the second degree, one thing that they really tried to emphasize was the importance of education and lifelong learning, which you could argue is an ethical idea. And they got that especially from Greek philosophy, Aristotle, Stoic philosophy, etc., etc. But I would say a lot of Masonic ethics are just byproducts of being part of the group. So, for example, if you are a football player, you're going to develop certain ethical practices because you're a football player. You're going to likely understand the importance of teamwork, the importance of physical fitness, practice, health, getting enough rest. And you could argue those are practical things, but they're also ethical lessons. In Freemasonry, it's the same way. You develop certain ethical standards as part of being a Mason. The ethics of working with people of different political and religious beliefs, of tolerance, of kindness. You develop skills around organizing a meeting and how to work within a group and balance different desires and different personalities, especially if you're in a leadership role. But ultimately, what you could say the core Masonic ethic is to be a good man and true, for whatever it's worth. Good for you, Bulldog. Please hit like and subscribe. There's a lot of Freemasons who are Native. I don't know about Lakota per se, but I know a lot of Indigenous and First Nations Freemasons. Also know a lot of Norwegians as well who are Freemasons, or at least Freemasonry existing in Norway. Welcome. It's wonderful to have you. So I don't know, Carlos. Like, again, that goes to the issue with Satanism, because the one Satanist I met who expressed an interest in joining Freemasonry, but then decided not to, he said he was his own supreme being. And Freemasonry, it doesn't really, I don't know if that would work. Again, I've never met a satanic Freemason. To me, I don't like to get into the weeds with this stuff. Rather, what I always suggest is you are welcome to talk to a Masonic lodge, explain your beliefs, and go from there. But don't assume that you're not going to, it costs absolutely nothing to take a few moments, if you're interested in being a Freemason, to talk to the Masonic lodge, explain your beliefs, and move from there. Or if you are an avowed atheist, you can join the liberal orders, which do allow atheists to be part of Freemasonry. They're all around the world. They're very prevalent in South America as well as in the Philippines. I mean, Smoke, people can define themselves as they please. I'm not a big fan of that, Smoke. People are welcome to define themselves however they so choose. It's not our place to tell somebody what they are or are not. Wiz Droid, to my knowledge, he is not a Freemason. I've never heard any evidence that Donald Trump is a Freemason. I don't believe that he is. I think people who say he is, it's a lot of conspiracy theories. I mean, so here's what I'll say, because again, every Masonic lodge will make its own judgments and its own determinations. If somebody were to come to me and express an interest in joining, and they were to say that so they'd be, I wouldn't use the term wannabe member, I'd use the term applicant, but they were to say that their supreme being is a belief that we are all fragments of God's consciousness, which actually, Char, sounds a lot to me like Tikkun Olam, which is a idea in Judaism. I would accept that as a supreme being, and I would welcome them into the lodge, so long as they, were of the correct age, have to be over 18, and so long as everything else was all set. But I think that is because that actually is very similar to what I said about 20 years ago when they asked me, my belief in a supreme being. My belief in a supreme being has actually changed a little bit, or quite a bit, since I joined. I now define it differently, at least. But at the time, I kind of said it in the same way that you're saying it. But I don't know if you ever heard of it's an idea in Judaism called Tikkun Olam, if I recall correctly. It's a beautiful idea, the idea that God broke the world and we are responsible for bringing it, or for putting it back together. I'm not Jewish, but I just love that as an idea. So I guess take that for whatever it's worth. Whiz Droid, I do not believe there are reptilians. What I do believe is there is a like and subscribe button, and I hope that you'll hit it. I'm 2 subscribers away from 3,110 subs. So please help a brother out. I think the Supreme Being could be the sun. I think that'd be no issue. In some ways, that's an easier answer because at least that, like, everybody knows the sun exists. You can point to it. And if that's what you believe, so be it. Now, you need to be careful that you don't let people come in and troll. Like, I had one person come in and say, what if my supreme being is the phone book? It's like, you would have to convince me that that's a legitimate belief you have and you're not trolling. My suspicion would be you're saying that to just troll the lodge. But if you can convince me that for whatever reason this phone book speaks to your heart and is a legitimate sting to your conscience, then I guess okay. I would just be very hesitant. Oh my gosh. Let me see if I can get it spelled correctly. So it's Tikkun Olam. It's spelled here. Let me put it in the chat. I actually did a podcast episode about it as well, where we talked about Jewish influences of Freemasonry. I think Tikkun Olam is kind of a Jewish idea that actually is very applicable to Freemasonry. It's Tikkun Tikkun Olam. I'm doing well. Say what you mean. I hope you're doing well also. I'm doing very well because we are well on the way to 4,000 watch hours in the last 365 days, and we are well on the way to 10,000 lifetime watch hours. So that's pretty incredible on both counts. Thank you for being here. Yeah, the episode as well, Char, if you want to check out the episode I did about it, is, I gotta find it now. Worshipful Brother Matthew Parker in June of 2024, SNC episode 162. Let me see if I can find that one for you, or put that one down. I mean, Carol is welcome to have her, Carlos. Carlos, do you believe there could be I'm open. Like I said, I believe in a supreme being. My supreme being is is best understood as the rational nature of the universe as represented through mathematical equations, but I'm certainly not. I can understand and believe and imagine that there is, in fact, a supreme being in a more literal sense than my maybe metaphorical understanding. Beyond ether, says Jesus Christ. I'm not sure if that is meaning like Jesus Christ, this guy is so handsome, he's incredible, or Jesus Christ, this guy's an idiot. Either is perfectly fine. I'm doing good. I went to church today for the first time in over. Good for you. Say what you mean. I'm happy for you. I hope that you enjoyed it. I hope that it helped. I hope that you enjoyed it, and I think that's wonderful. I hope you keep going to church. And I was actually thinking of going to church on Christmas Day. I haven't decided for sure yet, but it is something I'm considering, so we shall see. So like I said, I want to learn more about religions, certainly the big three, the Abrahamic ones, because we in Freemasonry, we have men of all different, and women, but men of all different faiths and beliefs. I want to be respectful of them by knowing something, at least, about their religions beyond the kind of cliff notes I currently do. So I currently know. Well, I do love Isaac Newton. I've heard that quote before, but I'm not a huge fan of it. I don't think that we can use the absence of ever disprove God. I think that's a God of the gap argument, and I'm not a big fan of those. I mean, so zero waste. So one of the greatest lessons I learned, this is from a teacher I had in school, which is if you don't have specifics, don't use, if you don't have specifics, don't make the argument. So what that means is when you say there are a lot of Chinese Freemasons, there are absolutely Chinese Freemasons. There's Freemasonry in Hong Kong, there's Freemasonry in Macau, there's also plenty of Chinese Freemasonry around the world, including actually quite prevalent in BC. But when you use the term a lot, right, that's too vague, and I don't have numbers, so I can't say. I mean, a lot for some could mean 5%. For others, 5% of Chinese people are Freemasons is a lot. 1% is a lot. 30%. I would just say, Freemasonry is represented in both Hong Kong, Macau, and in Chinese culture, and it's a wonderful part of our Masonic family is the Chinese representation. In fact, if you know anything about Chinese mythology, Fuxi and Noah are two famous Chinese mythological figures who are famously often depicted holding a square and a compass, which is fascinating. That's one of the reasons I always say that one thing that a lot of times people will mention, Freemasonry borrows from or steals from Jewish philosophy, it steals from Christianity, all of which is true. They forget it also stole from Chinese mythology. So you need to keep that in mind as well. It's no worry, zero waste. What I always say, though, is because some people may read that and then say, Freemasonry has infiltrated the Chinese government because a lot of Chinese people are Freemasons. It's like, no, but Freemasonry is without question a part of Chinese history, and many, people from China or of Chinese heritage are Freemasons and are a wonderful part of the Masonic family. Your eye, I'll take it, Beyond Ether. Most people say I'm very ugly, so thank you so much. I've known many Muslims. Actually, one of my best friends for a time was Muslim. He was a really cool dude. I think he moved back to Africa, and he's doing a lot of charitable work and helping a lot of people. He was an incredibly cool dude. At no point was I ever concerned that he was lying to me or thought it was okay to lie. That's also true for many Masons I've known throughout the years. They're all great people. Masons who are Muslim, I should say. So I highly question that. And you also need to be careful. It's very easy to misinterpret religious texts, which is why I make a habit of trying not to do so um, as much as I can. Because I've never heard any Muslim tell me or indicate to me that it was okay to lie to me. Or even more in general, just okay to lie. Interesting. I actually, for a time, and I still do, found the Muslim faith. If I were to become, faithful to a religious doctrine, found the Muslim faith very interesting. I especially admired their kind of dedication to their faith, praying 5 times a day, etc., etc. But I think I'm happy with my current understanding of what a supreme being is, based on my understanding. So, for whatever it's worth. I've not looked into that, but I do know it's possible because red bricks store heat. And what does it mean to store heat if not to store energy? You are welcome. Say what you mean. I mean, I'm very hesitant about that. Now, I can't speak to it because I've not read the Quran. I've read parts of the Quran. But all my experiences with the Muslims in my life would indicate the opposite. Now, it's possible that they are simply not following their religious texts, which is certainly possible, or they're secular, or there's actually different interpretations of it. And in the same way, it's possible for some people to misinterpret the Bible to suit their means or suit their ends. The same could be true of the Quran and the Muslim faith. Never met a Luciferian, so I can't speak to that, North Pasture. What I can speak to is please hit the like and subscribe. And you absolutely can leave Freemasonry once you join. I've known, I was going to say dozens, but that's probably slightly too many. I've known several Masons who've left Freemasonry after joining. I've also known a ton of Masons who join. They never officially leave, but they stop attending lodge. And if they became a life member, they pay their dues in advance. They basically just end all contact with the lodge and just keep the title of Mason without ever showing up. I do like to talk. My dad will tell you that. Poor guy grew up with me never being quiet. That is true. Moon is Earth. Sorry, Moon is Luna, Earth is Terra, Sun is Sol. That's true, right? That's come from, if I recall correctly, they're Latin. Well, I'll put it this way. I recently, about a month ago, was in Dearborn, Michigan, visiting a lodge. It's primarily Muslim. At no point was I ever concerned they were going to, try to attack me or convert me or, send me away because I was a non-believer. So and we as Freemasons are taught not to be a reviler or slanderer of religion. In fact, one of my favorite, and Char, for whatever it's worth, whatever your, supreme being is or how you understand it, if you were to become a Freemason, you would be sitting in lodge, and you may very well be sitting in lodge with someone who is Muslim or of the Islamic faith. Have you ever experienced spirit? I don't think so, North Pasture. I don't know what that means. I am incredibly skeptical of the idea of spiritual warfare in general. Usually if somebody tells me they've experienced spiritual warfare, I tend to be very doubtful, put it that way. So I don't even know what that would mean, what that would look like. I've never felt spiritually attacked by any faith of any religion, Jewish, Christian, Muslim, Hindu, Sikh, but I don't even know what that would look like. I don't know what it would feel like to be engaged in spiritual warfare. I've had my challenges in life. Um, we all have, but I guess I don't know what that means. Um, so I don't know what spiritual warfare means. I don't think I'm corrupted to Oliver, to Liver. I don't know what your name is, but what I'd say is, I guess that's how would I know if I was corrupted or not. What I do know is if you hit the like and subscribe button, opposing forces of light and dark fighting. I mean, I don't think the light and dark fight. I don't think the light and the dark are fighting for me. Um, I think I need to make the choice. I don't think they fight for me. I think if there is a battle, it's internal, it's within my soul, and it's up to me to allow the better angels of myself and my life to choose the light. Define that as you will. And I do think Freemasonry can provide me a guide work through which I can help pick the light, maybe give me some tools. But I don't believe there's external forces battling for my soul. I think it's up to me. Um, the diversity allows me of the NA approach. I think that's fair. I mean, I know a little bit about Narcotics Anonymous, if that's what you're saying with NA, and I think, yeah, I mean, in a AA or NA, it's the higher power, right? And a higher power. The reason why NA and A doesn't require a specific higher power, doesn't require the Christian higher power or the Muslim higher power, but just a higher power is to allow everybody to be welcomed in the space. I am a commander of my own battle with my own good and bad qualities. I wouldn't put it on a battlefield, that's for sure. But maybe they do just in a way that we don't interpret it, right? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I need to learn more about the Muslim faith. What I will say is my suspicion is there's probably an interpretation that comes from the imams and comes from the religious leaders, certainly in Canada, that is both literal to the text, but in such a way, the closest example I can think of is the idea that Christianity and the Bible condones slavery or allows for slavery. I think most people would say it doesn't. It's just, there's a way to incorrectly interpret the text and a way to correctly interpret the text. That's my assumption. That's the best guess I've got towards it. No, I can't, high def, but good try. Thank you, Zero Waste. That's incredibly kind of you. Um, well, Carlos, am I welcomed in any Masonic lodge? The very short answer is yes. Now, it gets a little bit complicated because, of course it does, because there's regular and irregular lodges and blah, blah, blah. So, for example, as I mentioned above, there's something called the Liberal Order of Freemasonry. I consider them brothers. I consider them a part of Freemasonry. However, they are considered irregular, which means I can't sit in their lodge. And if they're a member of one of these bodies, they can't sit in my lodge. I guess I'll hang out with them outside of lodge, get coffee, whatever it is. So it gets kind of complicated when you start to talk about regular, irregular, clandestine. It gets annoying, to be honest. However, if you are new to Freemasonry, and certainly within your first 3 years of being a Freemason, as you go through the degrees, I always tell guys, 99% of the time, this stuff doesn't matter. For all practical purposes, you are, as a Mason, welcome in any other Masonic lodge. You don't need to worry about regular, irregular until you get really deep into it. Um, I've been to Masonic lodges in the Philippines. I've been to Masonic lodges in Brazil, Colombia, Mexico, all across America. I've always been welcomed with open arms, been given food, in some cases, shelter, rides to airports. And it's crazy because one thing I always point out is, okay, my most expensive dues are $275 per year. And with those dues, I am welcomed in Masonic lodges around the world. Like, how incredible is that? This probably works out to like less than a penny for every Masonic lodge I'm welcome to visit. So, short answer, yes. I do not, Jake. Any drugs I take are prescribed by my doctor, and I'm careful not to abuse them. I will say though, I do like caffeine, and that is a drug, and you need to be careful. It's a legitimate drug. If you're not being careful, it can cause problems in your life. Harris, hello. Thank you for being here. Beyond Ether, well, they're very big, so they're easy to find. Um, awesome North Pasture. There are a lot of Native Americans who are Freemasons. Uh, I mean, yes, I think also respect can be the default, probably. If I'm walking, if I'm wheeling down the street and I see somebody I don't know, I'm still going to treat them respectfully, even though they haven't earned it. I'd rather just, default to respect of them. Um, Do you have chill? I have a cat. Say what you mean. Godspeed. I don't give specifics about the Masonic rituals because it ruins, in my opinion, the experience for new Masons. What I will say is all of the rituals and ceremonies I've been through in Freemasonry, at no point, A, did I feel unsafe or did I find it scary or unsafe. And also, nothing in the rituals was contrary to either my civic responsibilities, the law, or my religious or familial responsibilities. Beyond that, joining Freemasonry is, forgive the religious term, but to a certain extent, a leap of faith. And if I start sharing with everybody the rituals and talking about them, it can, interfere with that leap of faith. Well, I mean, that's a weird way to put it beyond ether. I kind of get what you're saying, but the idea of nothing mattering 99, I mean, you could argue everything matters all of the time on some level. It's a weird way to put it. I'm not sure I quite agree with that. So my God, the way I describe it, Godspeed, my God, as I understand it, is the rational nature of the universe as expressed through geometric principles and math. By the way, Godspeed, please hit like and subscribe. I don't know if Masons are desperate to recruit. I'm not desperate to recruit. I'm desperate to talk about Freemasonry and why I love it because it's something I enjoy doing. It's kind of like when I do streams talking about my favorite movies and horror movies. I'm not desperate for other people to watch them. I'm desperate to talk about it because I love talking about it. I say, Gavi, that they have spent way too much time reading Albert Pike and that there is no single grand architect. Rather, and when a Christian Mason hears the term grand architect, he's going to think of Jesus. When a Muslim is going to think of Allah, the grand architect, it's a general term that allows individuals to insert their own understandings of the supreme beings therein. I am well, Saucy Jack. You know what the really saucy thing to do is, Jack? Please hit like and subscribe. That's a weird 605. I'm not sure what contract is that you're referring to. We don't really have, like, you sign an application, which isn't a contract, and then you sign the bylaws, but I've never heard of anybody describe just saying that they had to sign a contract to join Freemasonry. That's a weird way to describe it. I'm not sure. I think you might have been joining a clandestine lodge, to be honest. Um, so my lodge is the fraternal side of it. It is all men. Freemasonry is not exclusive for men. There's the Order of Women Freemasons, there's Eastern Star, there's Rainbow, but I am part of the fraternal order, the fraternal side of the lodge. Because all the best people have heads shaped like this, please hit the like and subscribe button. I agree, Zero Waste. In some ways, I think that's the best way to describe Freemasonry. We are building a moral and civic society, at least metaphorically. It depends on the jurisdiction, Godspeed. In my experience, it's usually that you need two sponsors. But I mean, there's no limit. There's no max. Like, I do think one of the things we should do in Freemasonry is try to get more sponsors and not simply rely upon two. Again, even the application, signing the application doesn't automatically mean you've joined Freemasonry, right? Signing the application is just the first step. It's a weird way. I think what he was having you sign, if it was a legitimate lodge and not clandestine, is probably your application, which would not have meant you had joined. What it would have meant is that starts the process, because the application is read in lodge. They meet with you some more. They talk to you some more. If anybody who says they're a Mason ever asks you to sign a contract, I would have some questions. I would have a lot of questions about that. We often drink. Well, I mean, it depends on the lodge. I don't drink. I've never drank a beer. And there are some lodges that are dry or in dry jurisdictions. It depends. I don't really read philosophy. I mean, again, I wouldn't call it religious beliefs. I'm very, well, then 605, the term contract is weird. If I was that lodge, I wouldn't be using the term contract. I don't like the term religious because I'm not religious, but I would say for my beliefs in a supreme being, I tend to get the most understanding through physics, actually, and physics works, and some philosophy as well. I have not, Saucy. I have not. That's not what Freemasonry is all about. I think we got some trolls rocking out the lodge. Good for you, Wyatt. It's awesome to have. I mean, there's a million different things that lodges can do. Bake sales, fundraisers. Was it a bake sale for Christmas? Or like the holiday season? So if it was after being interviewed, then it was probably an application they were giving you to fill out. Again, contract's a weird way to put it. Well, you can do that. I mean, honestly, God, I wouldn't do it that way. That'd be kind of weird. If somebody came knocking on the door and said, I want to be a Freemason, I'm looking for a sponsor, it's like, calm down a little bit. That's putting the cart before the horse. Get to know the Masons, get to know the lodge, let them get to know you, go out for coffee, grab some dinner, whatever it is. You know, it shouldn't be you knock on the door and, you know, you just get a sponsor. The application process should be a little bit more involved and take a little bit more time than that. I've never known of two Masons dating. Freemasons welcome, you know, men of all different, like, they're straight Masons, gay Masons, it doesn't make a difference. Never heard of two Masons dating each other. Honestly, I'm going to treat your statements as serious, Saucy Jack, even though you're clearly trolling. Jake, we do not traffic kids. That's not what Freemasonry is all about. Sure. You can be, I mean, whether you're gay or straight doesn't make a difference as to whether you're a good man and a good person. Well, then I'm pretty sure you're trolling, Saucy. But here's what I'll say. My suspicion is, like, one of the reasons that a lot of men in particular, time on the fraternal side, really love Freemasonry is it's traditionally what's known as the third place. Um, Sounds, Char, like you are against gay people? What's the old conduct to which you're referring? So the third space, it's a traditional idea in sociology. And it was this idea, and this isn't unique to Freemasonry, but this idea that you have in your life, well, Char, this is a homophobic free space. Don't be like that. Um, you had your work, you had your home, and then you had a third space. And that third space was a very important space which you could get away from the pressures of home and the pressures of work and kind of be to yourself. It was a place for you. Sometimes it's referred to as like the man cave. Sometimes it's playing on professional sports teams or amateur sports teams. Sometimes it's being part of a chess club, a reading club, whatever it is. It's this idea of a place outside of your home and work that allows you to recharge your batteries. That was always the third space. For a lot of men, that's Freemasonry. That's the place where they can go, where they don't have the pressures of work, the pressures of home, and it's a chance for them to relax and, focus on, if not themselves per se, focus on something outside of what takes up, 90% of their life and their RAM. If you were a gay Freemason and you were, let's say, dating another Mason in your lodge, I don't know if you would enjoy Freemasonry as much because now it's like your home life is with you everywhere. That's why all the gay Freemasons I've known, their partners or their husbands were not part of the lodge. Or if they were Masons, they were part of a different lodge, which does make sense to me. I think we in society need a third space. Our entire life can't be work and family. We need something else that allows us to kind of recharge this part of ourselves that's not always thinking about others. You can hate me. That's fine, Harlan. Hayes, there can be more than two genders. Why must there be two genders? Academia, 605. That's a great example. Um, that's a great example of the third space. For some people, it's 100% academia. And again, for some people, it's they play sports. For some people, they do barbecue competitions. For some people, they play chess in the park. But, the idea of Freemasonry as a third space is something very important that I think sometimes we forget. I think just in society in general, we've forgotten um, we've forgotten about the value of a third space. Saucy Jack still with the trolls. Okay, well, Genesis 1 is fine. However, I'd point out that Freemasonry is not a religion. I don't necessarily follow the Bible, but others can, and that's great. Well, this is getting into a whole different topic, and it's 2 a.m. Hazed, quick. There's male and female as in sex and biological sex, but then there's gender, which is the intersection between the sex and the culture. So for example, having long hair versus short hair is an example of gender expression. There's no biological reality or biological law that says women must have long hair and men must have shorter hair. However, we kind of understand in our culture that typically women have longer hair than men. That's an example of a gender expression, and there can be a million examples of that. I have not. Let's put this person. Oops. Let's put this person in a timeout. Can someone identify as a salmon? No, someone cannot identify. Well, I mean, sure, I guess someone can identify as whatever they want. I'm not sure what the practical application of that would be, though. I mean, if someone who is assigned or born biologically male at birth, let's say, wants to identify as a female, they can take steps to express themselves in a way that would typically be considered female. They can grow their hair out, they can, wear makeup, whatever it might be. They can wear clothing associated with a female. I don't exactly know how one chooses to identify as a salmon, except maybe get eaten by a bear. Okay. I mean, honestly, phonem, I would consider myself spiritual. 605, that's interesting because that is how I kind of came to Freemasonry. My family, it's a family tradition. Both my grandfathers and my dad are Freemasons. My grandfather on my dad's side passed away before I was born, so I never got to meet him. But being a Freemason has made me feel closer to him. I don't know. Aristotle was considered quite rebellious in his time. Certainly, his mentor, Plato, was considered quite rebellious in his time. So, if anything, he might respect me for having, shall we say, some maybe rebellious opinions. By the way, nobody in the chat and no Freemason needs to agree with me. These are my own opinions. I'm definitely not a leader of Freemasonry. I could argue in the past I've been in leadership roles, but I would not describe myself as a Masonic leader. At best, I lead myself. Hazed, best of luck being a salmon. I'm not sure how you're going to be one. I suspect it's not going to go well for you, but hey, best of luck to you, buddy. He would never say anything. I don't know. How do you know? If he existed, my suspicion is if Aristotle existed in 2025, or certainly if Plato existed in 2025, he might have some very interesting ideas. I mean, Plato, who was Aristotle's teacher, one of them, was willing to, if you recall correctly, drink hemlock because he's so pissed off the political leadership of the time. I think you're saying benign birth, Cameron Watson. Don't know much about it. Do you mean the 47th problem of Euclid, Godspeed? Because when I see 47, what I think of is the 47th problem of Euclid. I don't know what the big event in England is to which you're referring. I was just in England. Was there an annual communication that took place in England? There's a few of those that happen every year and a few big events. You do what you want to do. I wish you best of luck in your efforts. I don't think you're going to have any success. So I don't know every event that happens. I was actually just in London, England, though. I got to about a month ago for the Arcana Veritas Distinction Awards out of the Grand Lodge of Scotland. It was really cool. It was really, really beautiful. You can do bake sales in Freemasonry. Why can't you? How is that a rule? Where does that come from? You can sell cookies. Jake, you're a strange fellow. I am Scottish Rite. I joined the Scottish Rite. I'm 18th degree. Never went up to 32nd. I wasn't interested in consistory, or if you're Northern jurisdiction, Knights of Kadosh. Knights of Kadosh, I think it's called. In the Southern jurisdiction and in Canada, it's usually called consistory. Well, I guess what I would say is I do believe in neutrality as a general rule, Clark Kent, because I don't claim to know everything. I am an expert, at least on my experiences and my 20 years of being a Freemason and the probably over 1,000 meetings I've attended around the world. So I can claim to be an expert in that and what I view as Freemasonry. 605. To my knowledge, no. Now, obviously, there are a lot of female family members I didn't meet. You go back to great grandmothers and, great aunts, but I never knew of any female family members who were Eastern Star. If I recall correctly, my mom and my aunt were actually Job's Daughters, which is the Masonic youth group. But yeah, but I can be neither for nor against Clark Kent. I can be neutral towards you. Yeah, Eastern Star, I got what you're trying to say. 605. To my knowledge, no, I don't believe so. Eastern Star, unfortunately, Eastern Star has also been significantly declining in members. A big problem is Eastern Star, right? For years, it was, I don't want to say recruiting, but it was pulling membership from women who were related to Freemasons. So as the number of Freemasons declined, the number of women who could be Eastern Star also declined. And that created some pretty obvious challenges from a membership growth perspective. Well, luckily, I'm not trying to serve any master, but not two either. The exception of I'm trying to figure out the best way to exist within this world. If you want me to talk about how to best, exist in the next world, I would suggest you don't talk to me, but you worry about your own relationship with Jesus Christ. Notorious or your supreme being, whatever that may be. In your case, Clark, I understand it's of the Christian faith. Well, I mean, yeah, and zero waste stats. I mean, again, I don't like to use the term recruitment. Eastern Star is like Freemasonry. It doesn't quote unquote recruit. But, the biggest challenge I think that Eastern Star faced is so, so Eastern Star already, you are limited in who can be a member based on gender. So 50% of the population is eligible in theory. However, you then limit it even more because within that 50%, you have to be related to a Mason somehow. So that already reduces the number of possibilities. And then as the number of Freemasons declines, the number of women related to Freemasons decline also, and that reduces your number even more. But I do agree with you, 605, 100% Eastern Star. I mean, Eastern Star is a great thing for communities. It's no different than Freemasonry. It's not just about being a great thing for men or women. Eastern Star is about being great for communities because it's a civic organization. As I've discussed in the past, as civic organizations grow, so too do our communities, and our communities become stronger. Science is kind of, in some ways, my supreme being, you could argue. I would say we don't have to be a slave to either necessarily. I'm not sure if I'd use the term slave, though I kind of understand what you're saying. I think it's possible to exist rationally and to recognize both, to recognize and turn away from our sinful influences and try to engage on more of the righteous side of what it means to be human, or the good side, if that's what you prefer. I don't know why you say that. I think in many ways, COVID proved the brotherhood was very strong. I know a lot of Masons helped a lot of other Masons through COVID, whether it be by delivering groceries, delivering hand sanitizer early on when we didn't know how much that would help. I knew a lot of Masons who went grocery shopping for brothers who were too old or afraid to travel on their own. I knew a lot of Masonic Masons who were doctors and nurses who worked crazy shift hours. Um, I know some Masonic lodges that had vaccination clinics in the States because they had the space. So I mean, definitely COVID exposed a lot of the worst parts of people, but also a lot of the best parts. Um, no, but I think charity can be a reflection of Freemasonry. There's a lot of different ways to reflect Freemasonry. Charity and benevolence are two such ways. They're not the two exclusive ways. It's not that difficult to be a Freemason. In some ways, I wish it was more difficult. A lot of Masons think that one of the biggest challenges within Freemasonry is this term called guarding the West Gate, which means the type of people we allow to be Freemasons. How, you know, do you want to have it a situation where as soon as somebody knocks on the door, you give them an application and you let them join? Or do you take your time, get to know them? I'm a believer in it's better to take your time, get to know them. It's no different than anything like you want people to anything they're joining that's going to take up a certain amount of time or money. You don't want them joining just willy-nilly. Let them get to know you, get to know the lodge. Take your time. I think that's probably the better approach. Having said that, as the numbers in Freemasonry declined, can we really afford to be picky? Should we be picky? It's kind of like me saying I will only date supermodels if they've been on the Victoria's Secret runway. It's like no supermodels are trying to date me. Maybe I should lower my standards a little bit. And I know that's shocking to say because I'm so handsome. You would think all these supermodels would just be running to find me, but that's a whole other can of tuna. I don't know what you mean by founders. Um, like, I mean, I take everybody for the time that they're in. So, for example, I don't believe in slavery, but I also believe George Washington was a wonderful Freemason and a credit to America. Like, the times change, and the people in those times change. The people within those times change. Beliefs change. Like, I don't really understand what you're saying. Like, there are many Freemasons who have beliefs that in 2025 I would be concerned with. But for the time that they existed, I think they were wonderful Masons and wonderful people. Like if you brought back, George Washington into 2025 and he said he would not sit in a Masonic lodge with black people because they're slaves, then I would not let him be a Freemason, or I wouldn't vote to accept him because that's not acceptable in today's climate. For the time he was alive, I'm willing to say he was a good Mason as well as a good president. Times change, people change. I can only speak to my views now and what I believe. And I believe, if you're a trans man, then you're a man and you're my brother as much as anybody else. If they didn't change, well, I mean, they wouldn't get asked that question in fairness. Like, okay, here's what I'd say. If somebody were to apply to be a Freemason, but they were to say that they would not sit in lodge next to someone who they knew was gay, well, it wouldn't come up probably in the application process. But once they were a Mason, if they said, I'm not going to sit in lodge with somebody who's gay, I would say, well, then you have to leave because there's nothing wrong with being gay and he's a brother, he's a Mason, and you have to sit with him, whether it makes you uncomfortable or not. Not like next to him, you can sit across the room from him, but he has every much a right to be there as anybody else, is what I would say. Um, I graduated law school in point of fact, which is shocking, I know. Um, well, I guess I'm not sure what you're asking. If I, I've never, in the process of an application to Freemasonry asked anybody what they thought of gay people or what they thought of trans people, and I can't imagine it would come up. Because Freemasonry is not a set of beliefs in that way. Those are, if anything, those start to sound like political questions, and Freemasonry is not political, nor is it a religion. So in the same way, I wouldn't ask them, like, what do you think about Jewish people or Muslim people or Christian people? There's just the assumption that they could find themselves sitting next to a Jewish person, and they're just better, accept that. Yes, as Clark Kent said, Masons have many. There's no single political belief within Freemasonry. There are there are Republican, Democrats, and everywhere in between. What matters is that they respect each other in the lodge, regardless of political beliefs, including their personal beliefs on LGBTQ. That's not relevant in a lodge, and it shouldn't be. And if it becomes relevant, then that's a problem that needs to be dealt with at the lodge level. Andrew Jackson was a great Freemason, absolutely. So Mikey UCC, so Freemasonry is not a fraternity. Well, okay, let me rephrase. There is a fraternal side to Freemasonry. It's the biggest. But if you look, for example, at United Grand Lodge of England, there's the Order of Women Freemasons. There's the Eastern Star. There's also Rainbow, which is for young women. And there's also Demolay, which is for young men. Freemasonry is not exclusive for men. Freemasonry, women are involved in Freemasonry or are Freemasons. And if you disagree with that, take it up with the Grand Master of the United Grand Lodge of England, which in fact just released a statement that was co-authored and co-signed by the Order of Women Freemasons. So keep that in mind. So Freemasonry is not a cult, nor is it a satanic cult. Which is fine. I mean, you can view it that way. But I guess, Mike UCC, what I would say is, again, check out the United Grand Lodge of England and their view on it and their idea on it and their support of the Order of Women Freemasons. In fact, one of the things that they said in a statement recently was there have been as many, there have been women Freemasons for longer than women had the right to vote. Well, we're not satanic, and I guess, how does anybody turn from sin? I guess based on their own religious beliefs. Yeah, and they do have their own lodges, Mikey UCC. And the order, I think one of the biggest mistakes we made in Freemasonry is not giving enough attention to the Order of Women Freemasons. It's a great organization and a great part of the Masonic family. And then there's also Eastern Star, right? Don't forget about that, which is for men and women. It's for women who are related to Freemasons. Although it really, at this point, almost any woman can join. You don't need to have the relationship or pre-existing relationship. Now, again, it's not Blue Lodge. You're absolutely right. It is a pendant body, but it's also a valuable part of the craft and one we sometimes in Freemasonry forget. Mike, I agree with you 100% on that. I don't know if you heard me talking when I talked about the need for a third space in society. Men need a space outside of work and outside of home. That's for them and their brothers. And so, no, I 100% agree that there should be a fraternal side of Freemasonry, and there should be a side for, Order of Women Freemasons. And there's nothing wrong with Eastern Star as well. It's a wonderful organization. But I absolutely, one of the things I love about this stream, about Freemasonry is that we have these fraternal spaces for men I do think that is something that's sorely lacking in 2025 is a space for men to gather and be together in a fraternity. So yeah, it's one of the things I love about Freemasonry. Mikey UCC, if you're new to the chat, I hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button, and share the stream. Well, gays can be. There's an implication that gays are not men. Gay people are men, and in my opinion, trans men are men as well. And I have no problem calling them brother. Yes, Bobby Bones. Please hit like and subscribe. I've sat in, lodge. Actually, my worshipful master when I joined he's from the Philippines, so I guess he was Asian. But a couple years later, I had a black worshipful master, Asian, European, indigenous, all different races are welcome in Masonic lodges. There's also Prince Hall, which initially was started because unfortunately Masons are human beings, which means all the prejudices that exist within the heart of man can exist within the heart of Freemasons, and that includes racism. So Prince Hall Freemasonry was started in the late 1700s because black men were being discriminated against in Masonic lodges. It started as kind of a space for black men who wanted to be Freemasons. But at this point, there really is no distinction. Prince Hall Masonry is as much a part of, if you are a Prince Hall Mason, you are as much a Mason as me, as anybody else. It's all the same. I've sat in Prince Hall lodges. They've sat with me in my Masonic lodges. It's just a valuable part of the craft. But the short answer is Freemasonry does not discriminate based on one's ethnicity or race. I've known lots of black Freemasons. Cool people. Well, I mean, I guess Mikey, every Masonic jurisdiction has its own views. I speak on my opinions exclusively. My favorite view on trans membership comes from the United Grand Lodge of England, which in 2018 came out with a policy that said if you are a trans man, you can join Freemasonry. You are considered a brother. It's nobody's business to ask about your transition or anything like that. UGLE basically said if you're transitioning from female to male, if you transition from female to male, you're a man and you can join Freemasonry, and that was their policy. Texas has different rules. I think Illinois has different rules as well. I don't approve of them, but I don't get the final say. It's not up to me. It's up to each jurisdiction to make its own rules. I can only speak for myself, and this isn't just me in Freemasonry. This is me in just my day-to-day life. If you transition from female to male, then you're a man. And if you transition from male to female, then I'm going to call you, female. It's not my place to judge how you identify yourself when it comes to your gender. So I personally, and this is my personal opinion, I view the Grand Lodge of England, the United Grand Lodge of England, as having the best approach to it. Buzz Aldrin was from a lodge in Texas. He was actually initially from a lodge in Colorado, on a side note, zero waste, and then joined a lodge in Texas and actually claimed the moon for Texas Freemasons. So how cool is that? I actually have a coin. Hold on just 1 second. Let me see if I can show it to you quickly. It's a really cool coin. I love showing it off. Hold on 1 second. I got all these coins, so from all my Masonic travels. Oh, here it is. Buzz Aldrin, Mason on the Moon. So, oh, Clark. I don't know what time it is for you, but it's 2:12 in the morning. I will say this, you are dedicated. Actually, if you want to see something really cool, Mikey, um, oh no, stuff is falling. Stuff is falling. Check out all of my awesome Masonic pins. Well, this is from blood donation, but everything else are Masonic pins from my travels all around the world. That is really cool. You know, if you are a Freemason, you should be traveling as much as you can. I know it's not always possible for everybody. Get yourself something. You can use a spare entered apprentice apron. You can use a pin like this. I am not shocked at all, Clark Kent, that you believe that. I do this, Mishra. Please hit like and subscribe. I do this. I mean, well, nothing like falls into Freemasonry. I wouldn't use that term. To my understanding, Scientologists believe in Freemasons. Well, if I do that, then so does United Grand Lodge of England Shire. Freemasons believe in a Scientologists believe in a supreme being, and as such, could be Freemasons. I've never met a Scientologist Freemason, so it's hard for me to say for sure because I know very little about their faith. Freddie, I am a 3rd degree Master Mason, which is the one degree that matters, or at least is the most important, but I'm also a 18th degree Scottish Rite Mason. I mean, yeah, if Zeno would, again, I don't know enough about Scientology to say. I've never met a Scientologist Freemason. To my knowledge, I don't think I've ever met a Scientologist, to be perfectly honest, but I mean, I must have at some point, I suppose. I just didn't know it. But I guess if Xenu is a supreme being, then so be it. Like I said, I don't see, based on my limited knowledge, any issues with a Scientologist becoming a Freemason. I would love to visit India. There's lots of Freemasons in India. I actually did a podcast about it. So yeah, that would be really wonderful. Thank you so much. Awesome. 32nd degree Mason and a Shriner. My dad is a Mason as well. So we got that Masonic family connections. So I guess I do love traveling. You can take that for whatever it's worth. But I would say one of the dangers that does exist in loving to travel is if you're trying to run away from how you feel about yourself. Like, I used to work a lot with people who suffered from addiction. I was a probation officer and I worked in a jail. And one thing I did notice with people suffering from addiction, sometimes they would, their big solution to solve their addiction would be they're going to move somewhere new, move to a new location, move to a new city. It never, at least in my experience, it almost never worked because they didn't like themselves and they used drugs and alcohol to deal with that dislike. The problem is wherever they are, there they are, I mean, I wouldn't use the term Scientology nuts, zero waste, because I don't know enough about it. But if it's somebody's faith and they find comfort in it, then good for them. Oh, I mean, I don't have a wife. I have a cat, but I'm like that. I mean, Freemasonry has kept me pretty well fed. If not for Freemasonry, I would never eat a vegetable. Because those vegetable trays, let me tell you, if not for them, it would be nothing but McDonald's and Burger King every day. That's true, but I think they're both important in their own ways. I will leave the spiritual kindness to you and your faith, and I will try, at least for me, day to day, to practice human kindness. Certainly, I've tried to practice human kindness with you, Clark Kent, for whatever it's worth. So, oh, geez. Bobby Bones, that's a question. The short answer is yes. I have known many, many Catholic Freemasons, um, you know, within my lodge, within my lodges, with my travels. Now, I will say the Catholic Church put in a prohibition saying that if you're a Catholic and you become a Freemason, you are not allowed to take communion. And that's been challenged and et cetera, et cetera. But that is between the Catholic Church and its membership. That is not within Freemasonry. Within Freemasonry, we welcome men of, like I said, I've known many Catholic Freemasons, and it's not an issue. And the Catholics I've known who are Freemasons seem to have no problem going to lodge and going to the church. So I've known Jehovah's Witnesses Freemasons, I believe. But again, what I would say is if you are Catholic and you are observant of your faith and you're worried that becoming a Freemason could affect your, being observant with the Catholic faith, then, you don't have to join, and you shouldn't join. We would never want to do anything within Freemasonry that would interfere with one's own personal faith or spiritual journey. Clark, I have no legs, so I am not a walking contradiction. I am not a walking anything. You can call me a rolling contradiction if you'd like, if that makes you feel better. Smokes is getting some sleep. I'm going to be getting some sleep soon as well. So the plan for this stream is, as I was talking about, normally on the 21st of every month, I do a 24-hour live stream. And normally it's 24 hours straight. However, that got to be a bit tiresome, and also there's some issues with retention, so I switched it up. I did a 5-hour stream, a 2-hour break. I'm currently at actually 5 hours and 16 minutes in. Then I'm going to take another 2-hour break, then do another 5 hours, kind of roll that. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened there. I think we're back. Are we back? I think we're back. Okay, I think we're back. Okay. Yes, I will grant you, Char. That was funny. That was pretty amusing. What I would say, though, is in some ways you could argue I used to identify as having legs, in that for years I used artificial legs, which in a sense is kind of like identifying in a certain way, I suppose. I don't know, but I did find that amusing. So I'll give you that. That was kind of funny. Not sure why the stream paused there for a minute. Wow, DTH Live is cranky. Yes, Mikey, you see, I have no legs. I was born missing my legs. I'm in a wheelchair. I've given this story before. I mean, well, it depends what work I'm doing, but yes. I mean, when I joined, so Mikey, I know you said you're a Freemason. You'll know that there are certain prescribed movements that we make within Freemasonry. When I was going through the degrees, another brother walked next to me and would do the movements for me in my place, which I thought was a great example of brotherly love. And then if, for example, like I'm currently the worshipful master of a lodge, while the lodge is functioning, what I do is I leave my chair and sit in the master's chair, sit in the east. What's the significance of the checkered floors? It depends on where you're at. In Canada, they're often known as mosaic pavements. It's to represent a due medium between it's basically to remind us of temperance and the value of temperance. In, an American lodge, it's more often to remind us of the duality between good and evil, and to try to turn our thoughts to trying to be as much as we can good, at least in this world. The next world, that's a religious question, but at least there's a way to be a good citizen. There's a way to be good here. I think, being good is very much like being a good guitar player. It's about remembering that there's ways that you can practice being a good person, and to remind us of the duality between those two things. Max, I have no idea what that means. I don't think anybody should. If you're lucky enough to have children, you should be grateful that you have them and not worried about whether they're gay or straight. Yes, everything is an allegory. Yes, Chess. I do not have diabetes, Clark Kent. At least I don't think I do. But I do get myself checked out with the doctor every year because my family has it. You do that, DTH Live. You do that. But first, hit the like and subscribe button. You're not wrong. I'm not going to pretend like I don't suffer from hypocrisy. I do. One of them is I'm always telling people that I think Masons have a responsibility to try to maintain our health. And I do think that is the case. I think one Masonic ideal is to try to be healthy and to try to remain healthy. Having said that, I'm pretty decent about exercise. I've gotten really good about drinking enough water. And that is something I always struggled with. But lately, and I'm proud of myself, I'm finally drinking enough water. Having said that, I even had this water here, which I finished off. Having said that, I am the worst when it comes to eating well. So, and snacking, and I have chips. So I got to be better about eating healthier. What lodge I attend? Well, I'm a member, Mikey UCC, of 5 Masonic lodges, but 2 of them I'm affiliated with, and I don't visit because they're out of jurisdiction. They're pretty far away. One's in Texas, one's in Israel. But the 3 lodges that I'm a member of that I attend regularly, my mother lodge is Windsor Lodge 403. My first lodge, which I affiliated with, was Harmony Lodge 579, and I'm currently the worshipful master of Border Cities Lodge number 554. Yes, we are called, if you sit in the East, you're called the worshipful master, in the same way a mayor is called his worship. Or actually, a judge is also called his worship, or your worship. It's an old English term. If you go to court, for example, in England, you'll still hear them refer to judges as your worship, and mayors are also referred to as their worship. And the term master, I can't speak for what the Bible says, but master, there's master builders, there's also, master chiefs, master and commander, if you will, Russell Crowe. Master is just an old English term, as is worship. I suspect, Clark, you would have a lot of struggles if you ever find yourself needing to be in court for anything. I don't even mean like getting charged. I just mean needing to be in court to testify if you, let's say, happen to witness a crime, because you'll have to maybe call the judge his worship as well as swear on a Bible. It's going to be a whole thing. There are none. There are no monetary benefits of joining Freemasonry. Bobby Bones. If if anybody contacts you and tells you that you should join Freemasonry for the monetary benefits, they at best they are lying to you. Sorry, at best they are just incorrect. They've been fed false information. More than likely, though, they are lying to you or scamming you. If they ever tell you that, you will either become rich or famous or influential by being a Freemason, it's almost certainly a scam, or they're just wrong. Freemasonry will not get you rich. It will not get you famous. It will not get you influence. Now, look, I've known, and Mike, you may have seen this as well in his time, I don't know. There are brothers who I've seen, I can think of three off the top of my head, who would have been homeless were it not for Freemasons stepping in and assisting them with paying their rent or their mortgage because they lost their jobs. That's called benevolence. And that does happen within Freemasonry. However, that is, you shouldn't join Freemasonry with that as an expectation, because that's not what Freemasonry is about. And not every lodge will have the ability to assist a brother in that manner. It just depends if they have the benevolence funds available. I will take 1,000 as a super chat, by all means, or 1,000 subs. Yes, I got a big head. I've grown to accept it. Please hit the like and subscribe button. As Mikey UCC says, and he's absolutely right, Freemasonry can be a great place to network, but that's not its purpose, and there are many other places to network also. I am proud, I guess, to be the #1 LGBTQ streamer according to Global Law. I think they may have just made that up, to be perfectly honest. I have my doubts that that's a legitimate award I've won. But hey, I'll take any award I can get. Sure, long live Masonry. I hope it does live for a long time. Not because it has to live, but because I love it. And it's something I want to see around for 100, 200, 300 more years. Well, clearly then you've never heard Stevie Nicks play the guitar, because she's a pretty good guitar player. Yeah, there's good in a moral sense, which you can question who is it isn't. But then there's good in a practical skills sense. And there's plenty of people who are really good at a lot of different things. Thank you. It's fun times, Mikey. I hope you'll consider supporting the channel. You can become a subscriber. You can like. You can do a super chat. You can share, etc., etc. Okay, sorry. Lindsay Buckingham, excuse me. You're right. I got that wrong. That's embarrassing, too, because I adore Fleetwood Mac. Lindsay Buckingham, I should have said. Stevie Nicks is a good singer. Put it that way. Stevie Nicks is a very good singer. If you've never seen Silver Spring, that's my Super Bowl. That's my Roman Empire right there. I don't think I'm Lucifer. I could be. I don't know, but I don't think I am. I think I would know if I was. Thank you. Can you shout out? But he plays the guitar, doesn't he? Am I crazy? Lindsey Buckingham plays the guitar. And I think he plays the harmonica for that matter. Can you shout out Mr. Peanut Official? I am happy to shout out Mr. Peanut Official if Mr. Peanut Official gives me a like and a subscribe. Okay, well, there you go. She does know how to play guitar. So deal with that. And she's wonderful. Look, I love Fleetwood Mac. In fact, here's a very cool piece of trivia for you. Fleetwood Mac's album After Rumors, which is called Tusk, was actually filmed in a Masonic temple. Recorded in a Masonic temple. It was recorded in Village Studios, which was originally a Masonic temple built in the 20s, that was converted into a recording studio. What's your favorite chord progression? I don't know what the actual chords are, but it's the start of Simple Man, which is my favorite song in the world. I do not want to talk about arresting Netanyahu because I can't arrest anybody. Even when I was a probation officer, I couldn't arrest anybody, let alone a politician halfway around the world. I have heard of Apathy, a Masonic rapper. He's actually pretty big right now on Instagram. Really cool dude. Well, interestingly enough, Clark Kent, I am actually a member of a Masonic lodge in Israel, Lodge Holy Land number 50, out of Tel Aviv. So there you go. I'm not saying I did it for religious reasons, but I did it because I want to support the people there, not necessarily the government. I have a lot of concerns with the government of Israel, a lot. But I think you have to separate the people from the government. I don't think I have demonic facial features, but so be it. Well, I mean, it's not a Masonic temple anymore, though, right? You're talking about the one on, oh, I used to know the name of the street, Queen Street, that was sold a few times. I've actually I've taken some pictures in there, Albert Street. It's a really cool spot. I do not want to play Roblox with you. I don't know who you are. What I'd like you to do is hit the like and subscribe button. Yeah, okay, yeah. It's the one on Albert Street, I think it's called. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It was sold in the mid 2000s, which sucks because it was a really cool venue. But I appreciated the fact they kept the name Masonic Temple. I appreciate the fact they kept a lot of the facade intact, probably required to do so. I think Mr. Fox is trolling. A lot of trolls jumping on this stream. Must be because it's 2:30 in the morning. What can you do? But I mean, that does bring up with the more general point that we within Freemasonry, we have these beautiful spaces. We need to take more advantage of them and use them for more public events, concerts, banquets, celebrations. I agree. Actually, Mikey UCC, I've got 3 Instagram accounts. Square and Compass Promotions is one of them, and then Masonic Buildings is another, and Masonic Building Interiors. Send me an email at info@squareandcompass.ca, and I'll send you the links to my Instagram accounts. You can see all of the buildings that I've visited, that I've taken pictures of, throughout Canada, the United States, Mexico, Brazil, Colombia, England, Scotland, and the Philippines. info@squareandcompass.ca. I think I'm a cool dude, man. I try to be. I don't always succeed or a cool dude, but I try my best. 1 sub away from 3,110 subs. Canadian. When I got the domain name, that's what I went with. Proud Canadian. But I agree. I love seeing old lodge buildings. They're incredible. Don't bite your toenails. That's unhygienic and unhealthy. So, I mean, I can't. Don't do it because it makes me jealous because I have no legs, so I can't bite my toenails. So you don't get to either. How about that? Nice to meet you, A. Thank you for joining. Yes, I got ugly teeth. I've grown to accept that about myself. That should not stop you from hitting the like and subscribe button. My battery is at 9. Eventually, I will be ending this stream, but it's been a blast to be on it. There'll be another stream in a few hours. I'm doing this 24-hour stream thing. I was just kidding. I was just bugging you, Kenny. Don't feel bad. You couldn't have known, and I considered it a joke. You shouldn't feel bad. It's fine. I was just making a joke myself. I mean, I am in a wheelchair, but, you know, that's me wheeling in my chair. If you want to feel better though, hit the like button and hit the subscribe button. Um, Shout out Indigo Yomelos. Welcome Indigo. Well, Mikey, I kind of made a deal with myself that if I was going to do this and try to turn my passion for Freemasonry into a profession by creating content, I'm going to have to accept the fact that it's YouTube, and that means there's going to be a lot of trolls, a lot of hate. That is social media. That's just the way it is. Yomelos. Okay, Yomelos. I'm talking about Freemasonry, although we'll be ending this stream soon. I would say I try to control the controllable. Yom Els. All right. Which means, yes, the most important truths may never be revealed, and I can't control that. But I can control my ability to learn and grow, and that's what I try to do. Geez. Fake and gay, says AKSJSJ. What if I was gay? Would it make a difference? Whether I'm gay or straight, it doesn't make a difference to Freemasonry, nor does it make a difference to being on YouTube. Yes, the Serenity Prayer is a really good example of that. The phrase control the controllable came from John Cena. In my opinion, the GOAT. And that's also good Masonic advice. I've talked to a lot of Masons at different points in their Masonic careers. Their lodges have struggled. They haven't known what to do. And my advice to them is if your lodge is struggling, if you feel as though your lodge is struggling, what you need to do is control the controllable. What about your Masonic lodge experience or your Masonic journey is something you can control, and focus on that? Nice try, not Jimin. Not falling for that. Okay, Indigo, I pronounced it several different times. Not pronouncing it differently anymore. You're on your own. I agree, Jay McFadden, except for the people on YouTube and the chat seem to care an awful lot whether I'm gay or straight. And I, at this point, because of that, I no longer say what I am. I leave it up to people to decide for themselves. You can decide what you think I am. Does it make a difference to moi? All right. This is the last pronunciation, Yamuels, and that's it. There you go, Kenny. We can put it that way if you like. But thank you everybody for joining. It's been a great stream. I also hope everybody is looking forward to the holiday. Well, it's already the holidays. Looking forward to Christmas, the holidays. I'm sure you're going to have an excellent one with your excellent time with your family, with your brethren, with your friends, with your cat, if you're like me, whomever it is you're spending time with. Joel, I'm incredibly sorry that you almost died, but incredibly grateful that you didn't and that you're still here. I'm sure that was incredibly scary, though. I have no doubt it was incredibly scary, but still good for you for not dying, for being here. The world is better with you in it. So I'm also grateful and thankful and glad that you're alive. I do my best to be positive, right? Merry Christmas to you as well. I do these chats often. Just make sure you turn on the notification bell, and that way whenever I'm chatting, you'll find it. Geez, I'm glad you're okay. Falling from a 3-story building would be terrifying. At least I would find it terrifying. Thank you, Kenny Simon. That's incredibly kind of you. I'm grateful. I think that's a good way to look at it. Look at your time on this earth as a gift. Somebody once said that to be alive is to be on vacation from non-existence. I don't know if I completely agree with that, but I like the sentiment. I appreciate the time you're here. This is all about Freemasonry 2756. Although this stream will be ending shortly because it's late and I got to get myself to sleep and then start a new stream in a couple hours. So this stream, though, is all about Freemasonry. I'm currently at 7% battery, too, so I definitely got to end this stream soon. Not Illuminati. It's not the same thing, Kevin. Nice try. I mean, what I'd say is like, subscribe, turn on the notification bell because I'm going to be doing more streams soon. Yes, like the Founding Fathers, many of whom, not all, not most even, but 9 to 11 of the Founding Fathers were Freemasons. 13 of the Sun is a declaration as well. In an interesting side note. Kevin, same thing. I can't really talk about this much more because I need to end this stream soon, but I'm going to be coming back on soon. Just like, subscribe, turn on the notification bell. Depends who you ask, Mr. Works. I go with the standard answer, which is Scotland, 1634. Now that's Freemasonry. Stonemasonry goes all the way back to our human ancestors on the plains of Africa, modeling and creating stone tools. So, yeah, for whatever it's worth. Got it correct. Now, I don't know what this means. How about we leave this shot? But yes. I don't know what you want to leave. I'll be leaving the stream soon. Everybody's welcome to leave if they so choose, or to come back. Or do what you want. You do you. It's not a philosophy, and it's a civic group. It's a community group. It's a civic organization. And every Freemason will believe in a supreme being. However, the nature of that supreme being is up to them, right? We have Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Hindu, Sikh, etc., as Freemasons. Indigenous people, Masons like me, who are spiritual, but not religious per se. I try to talk well about religion because we as Freemasons are not meant to be revilers of religion for whatever it's worth. And I try to appreciate everybody's religion and everybody's religious beliefs. But I think there are certain philosophical underpinnings of Freemasonry, but that's not because Freemasonry is a religion, a philosophy. In the same way, there are certain philosophical underpinnings to sports. If you're into sports, you may likely believe in teamwork, hard work, dedication, practice, health. What I believe is that my supreme being is best understood as the rational order of the universe as expressed through geometric principles. What I also believe in a Masonic context is that the world can be made better through the application of brotherly love, relief, and truth. Critter 3, I have not built any castles. I build except metaphorical castles. Every time I help somebody, it's me adding a brick to this metaphorical castle we call the community. All right, guys. I am taking a break. I'll be back on later on today. I call them principles. Certainly, Euclid would call them axioms, but I think Abraham Lincoln would call them principles. Famously, Abraham Lincoln used Euclid's geometry when making moral determinations. There are meetings I attend. I attend a lot of meetings, more than most. And then there's also study I can do on my own if I so choose. We are requested or called upon to make a daily advancement in Masonic knowledge, but it's not enforced. It's just recommended. All right, guys, I'll be taking a break. I do plan to come back on 2756. If you want to learn more about this, or about me anyways, and my views on Freemasonry, you will find me again in a few hours. All right, guys. Talk to you later. Bye. And sorry I couldn't stay longer, but I got to run to the washroom and my phone is about to die.